Am I audible? A very good morning to all. So, welcome to the second section on Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar in collaboration with Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar, Ministry of Education, Govt of India. So, yesterday I hope all of you have seen the session and you have been benefited from this session. We had very good speakers yesterday and it was really heartwarming to see that a lot of students have understood linguistics. And yesterday when I was talking to one of the students from the department, they were saying that we didn't know that linguistics had so much of influence. So I'm so glad that this program is really reaching out to students. And there was another student from English department. So that student also was telling, ma'am, we didn't know linguistics was so scientific study. So that's what I'm glad that we had this awareness yesterday. And now we are coming into the second day of the program. Today we have our keynote speaker with us, Professor R.C. Sharma. Sir, kindly come. Sir is a very senior professor in linguistics. He has a lot of experience, I think more than 3 to 4 decades of experience teaching, learning, and mentoring students. A lot of PhDs have been guided under his supervisorship, and he is an all-over India figure in linguistics. I think, sir, we are very thankful to you for coming here today and being with us today. Sir has come all the way from Delhi to be with us today here. So thank you so much for joining us in this program. So we have today's sessions. Let me just brief you who are the speakers we have. Today, the first session, we have Professor P. Madhusudan, Director from Sanskrit Academy of University. Welcome to you also, sir, for joining us in this program. So we have sir as the first speaker, and then second speaker we have Professor Vidyanand Bhari, Department of So today we have one of Sanskrit students here. Thank you all for joining. Thank you, sir, for joining us this program. Welcome to you. After tea break, we'll be having talk by Dr. Naresh. He is assistant professor from University of Delhi. And then we have talk by Dr. N. Sushil Kumar. Kindly join us on the stage. Welcome to the second day of the program. Dr. Sushil is assistant professor from University of Delhi. Dr. Sushil has also come all the way from Delhi. So we have very eminent speakers among us. I hope today all of you will be benefited by their lectures. And the next session we have Professor Neelakant Prakash. I think sir is on the way. Sir is on the way. He will just join us. And the next session we have Professor Bhimrao Bhosle. He is professor from Department of Linguistics, Central University of Karnataka. So this today we really have and all over India the persons, resource persons, eminent resource persons joining us today. And after lunch, we have some paper presentations, and after that, we will be having the validity session. So today we are into the second day of the program, and I invite all of you to the second day of the program. And we benefited from all the experiences that our senior people shared. And yesterday also, you have seen the lectures were so much broad spectrum based, so that all of you can ask questions, and yesterday some very pertinent questions were also asked by our participants. So thank you all for joining today also. And now I request Professor Madhusudan sir to deliver the talk, and our Professor Abhi Sharma sir to share the session. Thank you.
Suprabhatam.
Sorry, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Before Madhusudan sir gives a talk, I want to introduce him in few lines. Professor Madhusudan sir is currently the director of Sanskrit Academy, Osmania University. Professor has been awarded the Sahitya Academy Award for Mahakavya on Gulab Ram Maharaj. He has 45 books to his credit and has recently translated the Jnaneshwari of Sant Jnaneshwar into 9,000 Sanskrit verses. Professor Madhusudan has about 17 awards and honors. National Sanskrit University, Tirupati, Andhra Pradesh, has honored him with an honorary doctorate of literature for his unique contribution to Indian philosophy. The Tirumala Peetham, established by Bhagavad Ramanujacharya in the 10th century, has conferred Shastra Ratnakara on him. We are glad to have Professor Madhusudan sir today with us delivering the talk. Now I would like to request Madhusudan sir to give the next week.
Thank you so much. Respected Sharma sir and other dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. It's really a matter of great joy that the languages have been explored again to find out the relevance, their importance in our culture, and especially the mutual affinity of all these languages. So, this has long been forgotten because people are running after unnecessary things, forgetting that the mode of communication is language, and language is the basic identification of the human being. In Sanskrit also it has been very frequently remarked that your language is your identity. So what you communicate and how you communicate, two things are there, the content and the container. So people bother about the content, but what about the container? So in Sanskrit also, David Frawley from USA. David Frawley is a great Indologist. So he remarked the major contribution of India in the last millennium is in two ways, yoga and Sanskrit. So the language that carries the fragrance of our ancient heritage, wisdom, science, technology, everything. So it is not just a language that we daily converse with each other. It is more than any other language. But of course, we all know that languages also undergo some changes. Languages do change. For every 50 years or 100 years, you find different changes in the languages. And when it comes to the origin of languages, or what must be the most ancient language that must have influenced the other, so we look back and try to understand all the languages. So from the recent to the most ancient. When we make a study of all these, we find that as per the available records, Sanskrit is the most ancient. Of course, people do argue, saying that Pali Prakrit were there, Apabhraksha were also there. Then Sanskrit evolved. And Panini, the great sage of 6th century BC, he refined the language. He prepared a meta language for the Sanskrit language. So they hold the opinion that first it was Abhabhransha or some other language, dialect or something. Then Panini reformed that. And all the formulas of Panini, about 4,000 formulas of Panini, they actually are responsible for the modern picture of Sanskrit language, grammar. So this is one opinion. But when we study, we find that it's very difficult to refine a language. It's very difficult to mispronounce a language. You can mispronounce, you can make all distortion to the language, but you cannot create a new language from existing language. So Patanjali, who came perhaps 100 years after Panini, remarked in his Mahabharata also that there are several mispronounced words for a single word, some Sanskrit word, Govt. So there were people who either mispronounced it or they had different other words for the same one, referring to the same object, they had different words also, like Gota, Goni, Gopatalika. They are there in the Mahabharata. So we try to understand based on the available material, available data. So on this data, we can assume that Sanskrit Sanskrit was there, and Sanskrit was variously pronounced, variously spoken, leading to various dialects also. And now let us come to Indian languages, because my topic is Indian languages and Sanskrit. I was in Maharashtra for about 25 years. I served the university there as vice chancellor. Then I translated a text of 13th century Marathi text into Sanskrit, 9,000 verses, just now mentioned in the introduction. So that I did. And while studying the text, I found all these linguistic affinities and influence of Sanskrit, 13th century. But before that, so when I made my study, I found that in modern India also all the languages are of course influenced by Sanskrit, either in structure, or grammar, or vocabulary, sometimes the culture also, because language carries the culture. So all these things are very pertinent. So I was studying Marathi language. I delivered lectures in Marathi also. Telugu is my mother tongue. Hindi I know well. That people say. English, you all know that. Sanskrit is there. So some languages I studied and made a comparative study. Kannada I studied. So I have few points to discuss with you. basically, the Indian languages have been classified into 4 families. Indo-European family, they say. The Aryan, though it is a myth, now it is proved. But let us carry the word Indo-European. Then Dravidian family, people have no concerns regarding this. They say that Dravida Arya was a later a kind of attack on the local people, only to divide them, etc. We have Nishada family, then Kirata family. The modern names are Ostrich family, Sino-Tibetan family. These languages are also there, especially in the Assam, Bengal, Tripura, Manipur, those areas. So you have languages influenced by the Chinese, Mandarin, all this. There are different theories about how many of these qualify to be described as independent languages. Sir George Grierson, he wrote a book in 12 volumes, Linguistics Survey of India, published during the period 1903 to 1923. So he collected the material and identified then 179 languages and 544 dialects. In the 1902-1923 time, after that, సో మన భారతదేశంలో ఎన్ని భాషలు ఉన్నాయి అని ఆయన ఒక సర్వే చేసి ఒక పెద్ద గ్రంథం రాసినప్పుడు లింగ్విస్టిక్ సర్వే ఆఫ్ ఇండియాలో ఆయన అన్నారు 179 లాంగ్వేజెస్ 544 డైలెక్ట్స్ అని. మళ్ళీ 1921 సెన్సస్ లో కూడా 188 లాంగ్వేజెస్ అండ్ 49 డైలెక్ట్స్ అని ఒకటి. ఇంకొక గణన ప్రకారం 184. ప్రతి దాంట్లో కూడా 10,000 స్పీకర్స్ ఉంటే దే కెన్ ఐడెంటిఫై అన్నట్టుగా ఆ లెక్క ప్రకారం. సో దీంట్లో కూడా మళ్ళీ ఆంథ్రోపాలజికల్ సర్వే ఆఫ్ ఇండియా ఒక 75 మేజర్ లాంగ్వేజెస్ దాన్ని ఐడెంటిఫై చేసి మన భారతదేశంలో అంటే ఖండాలు కావచ్చు, చిన్న చిన్న గ్రామాలు కావచ్చు, చాలా తక్కువ మంది మాట్లాడే అరుదైన భాషలు ఉండొచ్చు, వాటిని కూడా కనుక్కొని 325 లాంగ్వేజెస్ అని ఒక లెక్క ఇచ్చారు. దీంట్లో ఒక పీపుల్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా అనే దాని రిపోర్ట్ ప్రకారం The written languages of the world, a survey of the degree and models of use అనే ఒక దాంట్లో వాళ్ళు 50 ఇండియన్ లాంగ్వేజెస్ కొంత సబ్స్టాన్షియల్ క్వాలిటీ ఉన్నవి అని ఒక లెక్క అవుట్ ఆఫ్, అంటే వీటన్నిటిని ఫిల్టర్ చేస్తూ ఒక ఐడియాకి వచ్చారు. ఒక 50 ఇండియన్ లాంగ్వేజెస్. దీంట్లో మనందరికీ తెలుసు సౌత్ ఇండియన్ లాంగ్వేజెస్ అని, నార్త్ ఇండియన్ లాంగ్వేజెస్ అని. జనరల్ గా భాషలో కొన్ని సారూప్యాలు ఉంటాయి, సమానత, దాన్ని బట్టి మనం ఐడెంటిఫై చేస్తాం. సో దాని ప్రకారం మన సౌత్ లాంగ్వేజెస్ లో కూడా ద్రవిడియన్ అని బ్రాడ్, దాంట్లో మన తెలుగు, కన్నడ, తమిళ్, మలయాళం 4 బ్రాడ్ వచ్చినా కూడా మళ్ళీ ప్రతి దాంట్లో డైలెక్ట్స్. అంటే ఇప్పుడు కన్నడ కూడా కొంత బార్డర్ లాంగ్వేజ్ తో మిక్స్ అయిపోయి తుళు ఉంటుంది, కొంకణ్ ఉంటుంది, మాల్వన్ ఉంటుంది, అంటే సింధుదుర్గ్ అటువంటి. సో ఇవన్నీ లోకల్ డైలెక్ట్స్ గా. సో ద్రవిడియన్ లాంగ్వేజెస్ 4 మేజర్ అయినా కూడా వాటన్నిటిని ఇంకా కొంచెం జాగ్రత్తగా మనం స్టడీ చేస్తే 153 సౌత్ ఇండియన్ లాంగ్వేజెస్ అవుతాయి ద్రవిడియన్ దాంట్లో ప్రధానంగా మనం చెప్పిన ప్రకారం 4, మన తెలుగు, తమిళ్, కన్నడ, మలయాళం. సో నేను ఈ పేపర్ ద్వారా చెప్పదలిచింది ఏంటంటే మన సంస్కృతం ప్రభావం ఈ భాషల మీద ఎంత ఉంది, ఎలా ఉంది అని అందరికీ తెలుసు. ఎందుకంటే ప్రాచీన లాంగ్వేజ్ భాష కాబట్టి సంస్కృతం ప్రభావం ఉంటుంది. కానీ అది ఎట్లా ఇన్వాల్వ్ అవుతూ వచ్చింది, ఒక భాష రూపుదిద్దుకునే క్రమంలో సంస్కృతం తన పాత్రను ఎలా పోషించింది, అసలు సంస్కృతం డైరెక్ట్ గా ప్రాంతీయ భాషలకు కారణమా చూస్తే, సంస్కృతం దాని నుంచి కొన్ని అపభ్రంశాలు ఇట్లాంటివి వచ్చాయి. దాంట్లో బృహత్ కథ అని వినుంటారు, గుణాఢ్యుడు. ఆ బృహత్ కథ లాంటివి కూడా ఒక బేస్. తర్వాత చాలా ప్రాకృతం వచ్చాయి, మహారాష్ట్ర ప్రాకృతని, శౌరసేని అని ఇలాంటి ప్రాకృతాలు వచ్చాయి, సౌరాష్ట్ర ప్రాకృతం. సో ఇవన్నీ ఆయా ప్రదేశాల్లో వాళ్ళు మాట్లాడుకునే సంస్కృతం. అయితే కొద్దిగా మార్పులు వచ్చేసరికి అందరూ విడివిడిగా ఇది వేరే భాషగానే గమనిస్తూ వచ్చారు. మీకు ఆశ్చర్యం అవుతుంది, 13th century మహారాష్ట్ర టెక్స్ట్ లో మొదలు అని వాడతారు. అసలు అది మన మొదలు అని మనం వాడుతున్నాం, కానీ వాళ్ళు అది వాడతారు. తర్వాత తూ ఘటఘట గీత ఆహాసే అని ఒక చోట జ్ఞానేశ్వరిలో వస్తుంది, విశ్వరూపంలో, ఓ ప్రభు శ్రీకృష్ణ, నువ్వు ఈ ప్రపంచాలన్నిటినీ, అంటే ఈ భూమితో మిగతా అన్ని గెలాక్సీలన్నిటినీ కూడా మింగేస్తున్నావు, సంహరిస్తున్నావు అని చెప్పడానికి ఏమని వాడాడంటే ఘటఘట గీత ఆహాసి. అంటే మనం అంటాం గటగట తాగేస్తున్నాడు అని. సో అట్లాంటి పదాలు కూడా మనకు ఆ 13th century మరాఠీ టెక్స్ట్ లో దొరుకుతాయి. వీటిని మనం జాగ్రత్తగా అధ్యయనం చేయగలిగితే ఈ భాషల మధ్యలో ఆదాన ప్రదానం వింటాం మనం. అది ఎలా ఉండింది, అసలు ఏ లాంగ్వేజ్ దేని ఎక్కువ ఇన్ఫ్లుయెన్స్ చేసింది. సరే, మరాఠీ తెలుగు చాలా దగ్గర కొన్ని విషయాలు వస్తాయి, కొన్ని పదాలు అయితే మనం అవే వాడుకుంటాం. మనం తెలుగులో అంటాం దట్టమైన చీకటి, వాళ్ళు అంటారు డాట్ సౌలి, డాట్ అంతకాలం. ఎందుకు అంటే వాళ్ళు ఇక్కడికి వచ్చారు, శాతవాహన వాకాటక రాజ్యం కాలంలో వీళ్ళు అక్కడికి వెళ్ళారు. సో ఒక పెద్ద విస్తృతమైన సామ్రాజ్యం ఉండడం వల్ల ఇవన్నీ ఆదాన ప్రదానాలు అయ్యాయి. సో మనం అట్లా లాంగ్వేజెస్ చూసుకుంటే నార్త్ లాంగ్వేజెస్ లో మనం మహారాష్ట్ర, ఎందుకంటే వింధ్య పర్వతానికి ఇటువైపు దక్షిణం, అటువైపు ఉత్తరం అని ఒక బ్రాడ్ ఒక గుర్తు. సో వింధ్యకి అటువైపు అని గమనిస్తే, సో మహారాష్ట్ర కూడా వింధ్యకి ఇటువైపు అవుతుంది, అంటే సౌత్ అవుతుంది. కానీ వాళ్ళు నార్త్ అని అనుకుంటారు, మనకి నార్త్ వాళ్ళంతా. సో ఈ మహారాష్ట్ర, గుజరాత్, రాజస్థానీ, ఇటువైపు హిందీ, ఇంకా కొన్ని తేడాలతో గోరఖ్పూరి ఇవన్నీ వస్తాయి. దానికి ఇంకా పైన హిమాచల్ ప్రదేశ్, కాశ్మీర్, పంజాబీ, ఇవన్నీ లాంగ్వేజెస్. కొంచెం ఈస్ట్ వైపు వెళ్తే మన ఒరిస్సా, ఒడియా తర్వాత బెంగాలీ, అస్సామీస్, ఈ భాషలని మణిపూరి ఇవన్నీ భాషలు వస్తాయి. కొన్నింటికి రిచ్ లిటరేచర్ ఇప్పటికి లేదు, సాహిత్యం లేదు, వాంగ్మయం లేదు, అవి డెవలప్ అవుతున్నా కూడా మిగతావి చాలా డెవలప్డ్, చాలా సమృద్ధమైన వాంగ్మయం కలిగినవి. సో ఇది మనం గమనిస్తూ ఇప్పుడు సంస్కృతాన్ని కలుపుకొని వీటిని అర్థం చేసుకునే ప్రయత్నం చేస్తే మనకు నార్త్ సౌత్ భాషాపరంగా ఒకవేళ గమనిస్తే జియోలాజికల్ కూడా ఉండేది. దాంట్లో మనకి ద్రవిడ్ అనే శబ్దం ఎప్పుడు వచ్చింది అని ఒకసారి రాబర్ట్ కార్డ్వెల్ అనే ఒకతను ఇంట్రొడ్యూస్డ్ సంస్కృత్ వర్డ్ ద్రవిడ అమంగ్ ద్రవిడియన్ లాంగ్వేజెస్. లాంగ్వేజెస్ లో కూడా ఆ శబ్దం ద్రవిడ్ అనేది ఒకటి ఉండేది. ద్రవిడ్, తమిళ్, ద్రవిడ అట్లా శబ్దాలన్నీ పరస్పర సంబంధం కలిగింది. ఆయన ఫస్ట్ చెప్పాడు. తర్వాత 25 ద్రవిడియన్ లాంగ్వేజెస్, ఇప్పుడు దాంట్లో 26, దాంట్లో 25 స్పోకెన్ ఇన్ ఇండియా అండ్ 1 స్పోకెన్ ఇన్ బెలూచిస్తాన్ అని చెప్పారు ఒక రిపోర్ట్ లో. సో ఒక సాన్నిహిత్యం మనకు భాషాపరంగా, సంస్కృతి పరంగా ఒక సాన్నిహిత్యం ఉన్నది. సో దీంట్లో ఇండియన్ లాంగ్వేజెస్ దాంట్లో చూస్తే మనకు ఒక రిమార్కబుల్ ఫీచర్ ఏంటంటే ఉచ్చారణ, లేఖనం, రాయడం, మాట్లాడడం రెండూ గమనిస్తే మోస్ట్ లాంగ్వేజెస్ హ్యావ్ ద రిట్రోఫ్లెక్స్ కాన్సనెంట్స్. సో అట్లాంటివి కొన్ని భాషల్లోనే కామన్ ఉంటాయి. ఒకటి కొంత తేడాతో తమిళంలో ఉంది, మనకు ఉంది, మరాఠీలో లేదు. కాబట్టి మనం కాళిదాస్ అని అంటే వాడు నవ్వుతాడు, కాళిదాస్ అనాలి, మనం అంటే ఖాళీ కాదు ఖాళీ అనాలి కదా. అట్లాగే మంగళవారం అనొద్దు, మంగళవారం. కొన్ని ఉన్నాయి అట్లాంటివి. కళావతి అనకూడదు, వాళ్ళు వెక్కిరిస్తారు, కళావతి అంటారు. మనం అంటే కళ అంటే వేరు, కళ అంటే వేరు. మనకి వాళ్ళకి తేడా లేదు. ఎందుకంటే కళ అనే శబ్దమే లేదు మరాఠీలో. కళ అనేది ప్యూర్ తెలుగు, కళ సంస్కృతం. కాబట్టి కళ డ్రీమ్ అనేది వాళ్ళకి స్వప్న అనేది సంస్కృతి వర్డ్ వాడతారు. కాబట్టి ఈ వర్డ్ అనేది వల్ల ఒకే వర్డ్, మనకి రెండు డిఫరెంట్ ప్రొనౌన్సియేషన్ ఫర్ డిఫరెంట్ వర్డ్స్. అట్లా మనం ఉచ్చారణతో శబ్ద భేదాన్ని చూపిస్తాం. అట్లా కొన్ని ఫీచర్స్ లో మోస్ట్ లెటర్డ్ లాంగ్వేజెస్ హ్యావ్ aspirate consonants like ఖ, ఘ, ఛ, ఝ. ఇప్పుడు మోడర్న్ మీడియాలో లకీలీ ఇట్లాంటి భేదాలన్నీ పోయాయి. వాళ్ళు బాధపడుతున్నాడు, బాధ అనడానికి చాలా బాధ వాళ్ళకి, నోరు తిరగదు. సో దాంతో మనల్ని బాధ పెడుతుంటారు వాళ్ళు. సో కొంచెం తెలిసిన వాళ్ళు, కొద్దిగా ఛాన్సెస్ ఉన్న వాళ్ళు టీవీ ముందు కూర్చోవడం చాలా కష్టం. అది సినిమాలో కూడా వచ్చేసింది. సో కొన్ని ఖ, ఘ, ఛ, ఝ ఇట్లాంటివన్నీ కొంచెం బ్రేక్ఫాస్ట్ చేసే తప్ప ఉచ్చరించలేదు. సో చాలా మంది పాపం పొరుగు ఎడతారేమో టీవీల్లో, సినిమాల్లో, వాళ్ళు సరిగ్గా ఉచ్చరించారు. ఏమవుతుందంటే ఈ ఉచ్చారణ సరిగ్గా లేకపోవడం వల్ల ఒక శబ్దం అర్థాన్ని కూడా పెద్ద సమస్య. నేను బెంగళూరుకి వెళ్ళినప్పుడు ఒక అతను ఎవరో తమిళియన్ వచ్చాడు. తమిళియన్ వచ్చి అడుగుతున్నాడు, పుత్ర సంతి గుడుంబ శాస్త్రి అని. పుత్ర సంతి గుడుంబ అంటే మన దగ్గర వేరు. నేను అనుకున్నా ఈ గుడుంబ శాస్త్రి ఎవరబ్బా, ఇది గుడుంబ శంకర్ లాగా. తర్వాత అర్థమైంది కుటుంబ శాస్త్రి. అది కుటుంబ శాస్త్రికి వచ్చిన తిప్పదు. సో ప్రొనౌన్సియేషన్ సరిగ్గా లేకపోతే అర్థం అనర్థం అనేది మనం వేదకాలం నుంచి ఉంది. వాళ్ళు అంటారు ఏకః వర్ణ సమ్యక్ సుష్ఠు జ్ఞాతః సమ్యక్ ప్రయుక్తః స్వర్గే లోకే కామధు భవతి మిథ్యా ప్రయుక్తః నతమర్థమాః. సో వాక్ వజ్ర యజమానం వినస్తి అని కూడా నిరుక్తంలో చెప్పారు, మన సాయినాథ్ రిపోర్ట్ చేశారు. ఇట్లా మోస్ట్ ఇండియన్ లాంగ్వేజెస్ హ్యావ్ ఎ సిమెట్రికల్ ప్యాటర్న్ ఆఫ్ వావెల్ సిరీస్. సో మనం అచ్చుల ప్రయోగాలు గమనిస్తే కూడా భాషలో చాలా వరకు అచ్చులు, స్వరాలు చాలా జాగ్రత్తగా ప్రయోగించడాన్ని మనం గమనించవచ్చు. ఇప్పుడు చాలా తక్కువ కాలంలో ఒక్కొక్క భాషని సంస్కృతంతో పోల్చి చూసుకుంటూ సంస్కృత్, తెలుగు చాలా వరకు అంటే మనలోని చాలా మందికి మాతృభాష, వేరే భాషికులు కూడా ఉండొచ్చు ఇక్కడ. సో దీంట్లో గమనిస్తే మనకి మన పదాల చివరిలో మనం ప్రత్యయాలు జోడించుకుంటాం. చాలా మందికి తెలియదు కూడా. మనం మాట్లాడతాం కానీ మన భాషలో ప్రాతిపదికం ఏంటి, ప్రత్యయం ఏంటి, దాంతో అర్థం ఎలా మారుతుంది అనేది కేవలం భాష తెలిసిన వాళ్ళు, భాష చదువుకునే వాళ్ళకే తెలుస్తుంది. మిగతా వాళ్ళకి అంత ధ్యాస ఉండదు, పట్టదు వాళ్ళకి. మరాఠీలో కూడా అదే సమస్య. సో వాళ్ళు మొట్టమొదటి నేను నేర్చుకున్నప్పుడు వాళ్ళు ఒక వాక్యం ప్రయోగించగానే ఇది కర్మని ప్రయోగం కదా అంటే వాళ్ళు అంటారు మాకు అది తెలియదు, మేము మాట్లాడతాం అంతే, మీ సాంఘికలో అని అంటే ఓహో దీని అర్థము అహం మయా ఉక్తం అని చెప్పాలి, అహం ఉక్తం అని చెప్పకూడదు. సంస్కృతంలోని ఒక రికార్డ్ అనమాట. అహం ఉక్తం అని అంటే నేను చెప్పాను, మయా ఉక్తం అంటే నా చేత చెప్పబడింది. ఆ అర్థంలోనే మరాఠీలో ఉంటుంది. అంటే ప్యాసివ్ కన్స్ట్రక్షన్ ఎక్కువ యాక్టివ్ కంటే కూడా. కాబట్టి మనం పొరపాటున మీరు గేలో అంటే కరెక్ట్, నేను వెళ్ళాను, కానీ మీ సాంఘికలో అంటే తప్పు. మొదట్లో ఏమవుతుందంటే మనం కొత్త భాష నేర్చుకున్నప్పుడు కొన్ని పట్టుకోవడానికి ప్రయత్నం చేస్తాం, బండ గుర్తు. ఆ పట్టుకునే క్రమంలో తప్పు ప్రయోగాలు కూడా కావచ్చు. ముస్లిమ్స్ కొత్తగా తెలుగు పాత వాళ్ళైనా తెలుగు మాట్లాడితే అన్నింటికీ ఒకే ప్రత్యయం, మలయాళం లాగా అన్ని ఒకే ప్రత్యయం ఉంటుంది. మీరు వచ్చింది, మేము పోయింది, వాడు వచ్చింది, ఆమె పోయింది. సో మనకు అనిపిస్తుంది అదేంటి అసలు నవ్వుతారు. కానీ వాళ్ళు లాంగ్వేజ్ ని బయట నుంచి గమనించి నేర్చుకునే క్రమంలో ఈ తప్పులు అవుతాయి. అది ఎక్కువ కాలం ఉండకపోతే మంచిది, వారి కర్మ అనుకోవాలి, మన కర్మ. సో ఇది ఆమె చే, ఆమె కొరకు, ఆమె చేత, ఆమె వల్ల అని ఒక బేస్. దానికి మనం ఆ సఫిక్సెస్ చేంజ్ చేస్తూ మనం ఒక అర్థాన్ని తీసుకుంటాం. ఇది మీరు గమనిస్తే సంస్కృతంలో కూడా ఇన్ఫ్లెక్షనల్ లాంగ్వేజ్ అయినా కూడా సంస్కృత బేస్ ఈ సఫిక్సెస్. ఇవి మారుతుంటే మనకు అర్థం మారిపోతుంది. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ పుస్తకం, పుస్తకేన, పుస్తకస్య, పుస్తకాయ. సో ఈ పక్కనున్న సఫిక్సెస్ మారితే మనకు అర్థం మారుతుంది. ఇది గమనిస్తే సంస్కృతం కూడా చాలా సులువు. అట్లా చాలా మనకు వచనాన్ని చెప్పే కాంపోనెంట్స్ ఉంటాయి. అదే శబ్దంతో పాటు ఆ పదంతో వచనాన్ని చెప్పే కొన్ని కాంపోనెంట్స్ ఉంటాయి. తర్వాత మనకు లింగ భేదాన్ని చూపించే కాంపోనెంట్ వస్తుంది సంస్కృతంలో, తెలుగులో కూడా. తెలుగులో మనం సాధారణంగా ఒక శబ్దానికి ఒక రకమైన ఎండింగ్ పెట్టినప్పుడు అది స్త్రీలింగం. సంస్కృతంలో కూడా ఆ పర్టిక్యులర్ శబ్దం ఆ ఎండింగ్ తో మారుతుంది. అది స్త్రీలింగం, పుల్లింగం, నపుంసకలింగంగా. సో తట అనేది ఒక బేస్ తీసుకొని విసర్గ జోడిస్తే తటహ. కానీ మన వ్యాకరణంలో చెప్పబడుతుంది తటహ, తటి, తటం 3 లింగాల్లో కూడా వాడుకోవచ్చు. ఇది ఒకే ఒక శబ్దము దానికి జోడింపబడ్డ ప్రత్యయం వల్ల వేరే వేరే అర్థాలు ఇవ్వడం అనేది ఉంది. దీన్ని బట్టి మనం we derive the sense from the sentence. మనం ఎట్లా మనం అర్థాన్ని అక్కడి నుంచి తీసుకుంటామంటే ఈ రకంగా డీకోడ్ చేయాలి. ఇది యాక్చువల్ గా మెషిన్ ట్రాన్స్లేషన్ కు ఉపయోగపడేది, ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ లో ఉపయోగపడేది. ట్రాన్స్లేషన్స్ మెషిన్ చేయాలంటే దానికి ఒక సైంటిఫిక్ సిస్టమ్ కావాలి. అందుకోసం అంటారు సంస్కృతి ఈజ్ మోస్ట్ సూటబుల్ ఫర్ మెషిన్ ట్రాన్స్లేషన్ అని ప్రయత్నాలు నడుస్తున్నాయి సిడాక్ లో, మన ఐఐటిలో. సో ఆ ప్రయత్నం ఇది గమనించడం ఏంటంటే ఈ లాంగ్వేజ్ లో that particular component which signifies, which gives a particular meaning is incorporated within. So if you can decode that, the base, the suffix, so you can get the meaning. Though the speaker may have gone long back, the speaker is no more here, but still you can derive the meaning or get to the sense if you have a clear knowledge of all these components of the word. అని ఒక చాలా మంచి అబ్జర్వేషన్. అది తెలుగులో కూడా ఎన్నో రకాల శబ్దాల్లో ఇది వస్తుంది. తర్వాత ఏ సెంటెన్స్ నేను చెప్పినట్టుగా ఎన్నో ఉంటాయి. బాట, బాటను, బాట చేత. బాట అంటే ఒక్కసారి త్రోవ, పాత్, వే. సో దానికి అది యాడ్ చేస్తూ మనం ఆయా సెన్స్ ని కన్వే చేస్తున్నాము. అట్లా చాలా ఎగ్జాంపుల్స్ ఉన్నాయి. అట్లాగే కాంజుగేషన్స్ లో చాలా చాలా దాంట్లో కూడా మీరు జాగ్రత్తగా గమనిస్తే ఒక వాక్యం సంస్కృతం, ఒక వాక్యం తెలుగు రాసుకొని మీరు కంపేర్ చేయగలిగితే వాటిలో మీకు స్ట్రక్చరల్ అంటే ఆ 2 భాషల నిర్మాణానికి సంబంధించి, స్వరూపానికి సంబంధించిన సిమిలారిటీ, సామ్యత అది తెలుస్తుంది. అట్లా ఎన్నో ఉన్నాయి. ఇది కాకుండా మీకు తెలుగు చాలా అయిపోయి నెక్స్ట్ ఒక లాంగ్వేజ్ చూద్దాం. అది సంస్కృతానికి చాలా దగ్గరకు వచ్చే లాంగ్వేజ్ అంటే ఒడియా అని చెప్తారు. మలయాళంలో కూడా చాలా ఉన్నాయి. కానీ మీరు జాగ్రత్తగా తెలుసుకోవాలి ఏంటంటే Telugu and Sanskrit have distinct native vocabularies. Some ancient Telugu poets like using Sanskrit words. ఇది మీరు అంటే చాలా మందికి తెలియకపోవచ్చు, కానీ పోతన, నన్నయ్య, తిక్కన వీళ్ళ కావ్యాలు ఎప్పుడైనా చదివితే వాటిలో మీకు తెలిసిపోతాయి. అంటే ఒక వర్ణన చేసేప్పుడు వాళ్ళు తెలుగు అని కేవలం గుమ్ములు చేర్చున్నాయి, మిగతాదంతా సంస్కృతమే. అట్లా చాలా మంది చేశారు అనువాదాలు. సో సంస్కృత ఇన్ఫ్లుయెన్స్ ఉండింది. ఒకప్పుడు సంస్కృతం తెలిస్తేనే రియల్ స్కాలర్ అనే ఒక ప్రథ ఉండింది. అది మనం తమిళకి వచ్చేసరికి రిట్రాఫ్లెక్స్ సౌండ్స్ తమిళంలో ఉన్నాయి, అవి సంస్కృతంలో కూడా. ఇప్పుడు అనేది డిఫరెంట్ ప్రొనౌన్సియేషన్ తమిళంలో ఉంటుంది. అది మనకు ఋగ్వేదంలో మొదటి మంత్రం అగ్ని పురోహితం యజ్ఞస్య దేవ మృత్యుజం అనే దగ్గర అక్కడే వస్తుంది. దానికి మళ్ళీ శిక్షా టెక్స్ట్ ఉంటాయి, శిక్షా గ్రంథాలు ఉంటాయి, ఫొనెటిక్స్ టెక్స్ట్ అన్నమాట ఏన్షియంట్. వాటిల్లో ఇవన్నీ మార్క్ చేశారు, ఎప్పుడెప్పుడు ఇట్లా పలకొచ్చు అవన్నీ కూడా ఉన్నాయి. తర్వాత extensive use of gerunds to indicate sequences of actions. ఇవి కూడా తమిళంలో సంస్కృతంలో కామన్ గా కనిపిస్తాయి. ఘోషం శృత్వా సహ ఆగచ్చతి లేదా ఆగచ్చత్ అంటే రెండు ఉంటాయి. దాంట్లో శృత్వా ఇది జరండ్ దట్ కనెక్ట్స్ బోత్ ది డిఫరెంట్ కంపోనెంట్స్. తర్వాత ఇట్లా ద ఎగ్జిస్టెన్స్ ఆఫ్ సచ్ కామన్ ఫీచర్స్ ఆఫెన్ లీడ్స్ పీపుల్ టు అజ్యూమ్ దట్ సంస్కృత్ have been derived from Tamil ano, Tamil derived from Sanskrit ano. కానీ మనం ఇక్కడ చూడాల్సిన ఆరిజిన్ కాదు, ఇన్ఫ్లుయెన్స్. ఏది ఇంకొక భాషను ఎక్కువ ప్రభావితం చేస్తుంది, ఆ భాష ద్వారా తాను ఉనికిలో ఉంటుంది అని చూసుకోవాలి. తర్వాత విచిత్రం ఏంటంటే, ఇప్పుడు మీరు శిలపలికారం తెలిసి ఉండొచ్చు. తమిళంలో మొట్టమొదటి గ్రామర్ అది కూడా సంస్కృత గ్రామర్ కి దగ్గరగా వస్తుందని. Grammarians who embraced analysis from Sanskrit grammar, as mentioned above, when they argued that their new analysis was the actual intent of the sutra. దాన్ని అంటే వాళ్ళ వ్యాకరణ తొలకాప్యం అంటే తొలి కావ్యం లాగా వాళ్ళకు ఒక పుస్తకం ఉంది. దాన్ని మీరు ఎప్పుడైనా క్యాజువల్ గా చూస్తే మీరు చాలా సిమిలారిటీస్ చూడొచ్చు. అట్లా ఒక కాన్ఫరెన్స్ లో రిలేషన్షిప్ బిట్వీన్ తమిళ అండ్ సంస్కృత్ అఫినిటీస్ అండ్ అపోజిషన్స్ అని పాండిచేరిలో అయినప్పుడు డాక్టర్ నాగస్వామి ఆయన రాసిన దాని ప్రకారం ఇన్ ద సౌత్ ద పాండ్య రూరల్స్, పాండ్య రాజులు, దే కంబైన్డ్ సంస్కృత్ అండ్ తమిళ్ ఇన్ ప్రోస్. ది అమాల్గమేషన్ ఆఫ్ దీస్ టూ లాంగ్వేజెస్ వాజ్ ఎ కంటిన్యూస్ ప్రాసెస్. దాంట్లో వి అరసు అని ఒక అతను మద్రాస్ యూనివర్సిటీ తమిళ్ ప్రొఫెసర్ అంటాడు, it is unfortunate that the West considers only Sanskrit as Indian culture. There is no mention of the existence of Tamil. ఎందుకంటే Sanskrit had been introduced to European scholars much before the 18th century. ఒక observation. మళ్ళీ IFP director John Mueller అని, the basic aim of the conference was to explore the historical relationship between Tamil and Sanskrit. ఇంకొక పేపర్ ఉంది, వేద భాష ది ఇండియన్ టెలిక్స్ అని, ప్రేమానంద కుమార్ అరవిందో మీద పనిచేసింది. హౌ మణిప్రవాళ కామెంటరీస్ అండ్ తమిళ్ హిమ్స్ వర్ బార్న్. ఇది ఒక భాషా ప్రకారం. మణిప్రవాళం అని తెలియని వాళ్ళు కొత్త విషయం. మణిప్రవాళం అంటే తమిళ్ సంస్కృత్ మిక్స్ చేసి గ్రంథాలు రాసేవాళ్ళు. అది మీకు శ్రీ వైష్ణవ ట్రెడిషన్ లో చాలా గ్రంథాలు ఈ విధంగా వస్తాయి. మీరు ఆ పుస్తకాలు ఇప్పటికీ చూస్తే దాంట్లో సంస్కృతం నడుస్తూ మధ్యలో తమిళ వాక్యాలు, తమిళ పదాలు వచ్చేస్తుంటాయి. ఈ రకంగా మణిప్రవాళం అనే ఒక పద్ధతిని కూడా వీళ్ళు ఇంట్రొడ్యూస్ చేశారని మనం తమిళం గమనిస్తే దాంట్లో ఉచ్చారణం కావచ్చు, వాక్య నిర్మాణం కావచ్చు, తర్వాత దాని కల్చర్ కావచ్చు, దాంట్లో సంస్కృత ప్రభావం ఒకటి. ఇంకా కన్నడ, మోస్ట్లీ ఇట్లాంటి లాంగ్వేజెస్ అన్ని ప్రాకృతం నుంచో అపభ్రంశం నుంచో మారుతూ వచ్చిన లాంగ్వేజెస్. మీకు తెలుసు కన్నడ తర్వాత మలయాళం ఇవి అంత ప్రాచీనం కావు అంటారు. తమిళం ప్రాచీనం, తెలుగు ప్రాచీనం. అంటే మనకు శాసనాల ద్వారా తెలిసింది కొంత. శాసనాల ముందు ఇంకేమైనా రూపంలో ఉంటాయా అని చూసుకోవాలి జాగ్రత్తగా. ఇప్పుడు జంగవేస్తా లాంటి వాటితో కంపేర్ చేసుకోవచ్చు, అది చేస్తుంది. సో కన్నడ వాజ్ ఆల్సో ఇన్ఫ్లుయెన్స్డ్ బై సంస్కృత్ అండ్ ప్రాకృత్. మన జైన వాళ్ళు చాలా విస్తృతంగా దీని మీద పనిచేశారు. తర్వాత కాతంత్ర శాకటాయన, ఈ రెండు స్కూల్స్, గ్రామర్ స్కూల్స్, అది కర్ణాటకలో భాష మీద ప్రభావం ప్రభావాలు మన తెలుగులో లాగానే కన్నడలో కూడా చాలా ఉంటాయి. కాబట్టి ఒక 65% ఆఫ్ ద కన్నడ వర్డ్స్ సంస్కృత బేస్డ్. అదే మీరు తెలుగు మలయాళం కంపేర్ చేస్తే 70 to 75 వరకు ఉంటాయంటారు. సో ఇది తమిళం వ్యాకరణం, తమిళం ఉచ్చారణం, తమిళ శబ్దాలు, తర్వాత కన్నడ, ఈ రెండు చూసాను. ఇప్పుడు మలయాళంతో కంపేర్ చేస్తే దీంట్లో చాలా దగ్గరకు వచ్చే లాంగ్వేజ్ అంటే మలయాళం మాట్లాడితే అర్థం కాదు, కానీ జాగ్రత్తగా మనం గుర్తు చేసి అన్ని ప్రతి శబ్దానికి సంస్కృత బేస్ తెలిసిపోతుంది. సో దాంట్లో మెనీ ఫార్మల్, లిటరరీ అండ్ రిలీజియస్ కాంటెక్స్ట్ ఇన్ మలయాళం utilize Sanskrit vocabulary and it borrowed extensively from Sanskrit. ఎందుకంటే హిస్టారికల్ ఇంటరాక్షన్స్, రిలీజియస్ కాంటెక్స్ట్, కల్చరల్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్ చాలా ఉండింది. తర్వాత దాంట్లో లెక్సికాన్ కూడా వాళ్ళు చాలా రాసి పెట్టుకున్నారు. గ్రామర్ అండ్ స్ట్రక్చర్ దగ్గరకు వస్తే, దో మలయాళం గ్రామటికల్ స్ట్రక్చర్ ఈస్ డిస్టింక్ట్, కానీ అంటే తమిళ తెలుగుతో ఎక్కువ దగ్గరికి వస్తుంది, కానీ ఇట్ హ్యాస్ అబ్సార్బ్డ్ మెనీ సంస్కృత్ వర్డ్స్. ఒక టైంలో వ్యాకరణం అంటే మన ప్రాతిశాఖ్య శిక్షా గ్రంథాలే. ఆ తర్వాత పాణిని వాజ్ ఇన్ఫ్లుయెన్స్డ్ బై దెమ్. హీ ప్రిపేర్డ్ ఎ వెరీ డీటెయిల్డ్ టెక్స్ట్ ఆన్ దిస్ అష్టాధ్యాయి. అది ఆయన రిక్బ్రిక్స్ అంటాడు ఒక ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ జర్నల్లో. He, without studying Panini, whatever we do in the field of machine translation and artificial intelligence will be like searching for a wheel which is a millennium-year-old. And Manavadke తెలియదు. బయట వాడు పాపం చదువుతున్నారు. When I was in the Netherlands studying the Dutch and German languages, so Glodra. So I observed that 4 departments in the Netherlands, they have Sanskrit and they study Bharatiya very thoroughly. And they have very thorough understanding of Sanskrit and Sanskrit language structure than most of our Indians. Indians ఏంటంటే పాపం చిన్న బుర్రలు. So problem ఏంటంటే they cannot open up themselves. They cannot open. And మీకు జస్ట్ ఏంటంటే ఒక అనుకరణ. ఎవరో ఒకటి చెప్పాలి, ఆ తర్వాత మనం తెలుసుకుంటాం లేదా మేము ఫాలో అవుతాం. మనం ఏం చేస్తున్నాం అనేది చాలా తక్కువ. సో వాళ్ళని గమనిస్తే they were studying Bharatiya and they were making theories. They were comparing with Chomsky, they were comparing with others, and they were making theories, and sometimes they were trying to reinterpret Indian culture. పొల్లాక్ లాగా వీళ్ళందరూ కూడా అది కొంతమంది తెలుస్తుంది. దాని తర్వాత ఒడియా లాంగ్వేజ్ లో Odia retains most of the cases of Sanskrit. Words lo, most of the words are derived from Sanskrit. Script, okay, they are not becoming తెలుసు. So it has a significant Sanskrit influence, and Odia literature, grammar, they are all influenced by Sanskrit. Odia వాక్యాలు మీరు వింటే చాలా సంస్కృతానికి దగ్గర. గచ్చతి అనే సంస్కృతంలో ఉంటే అది ప్రాకృతంలో మారినప్పుడు ఆ మారిన ఛాయలన్నీ మరాఠీ, ఒడియా, రాజస్థానీ వీటిలోకి వెళ్ళిపోతాయి. సో వాళ్ళు ఓవో అసలు గచ్చతికి ఏం సంబంధం లేదు, భవతికి ఏం సంబంధం లేదు, భవతుకి ఏం సంబంధం లేదు అనిపిస్తుంది. కానీ ఓ అయితే సౌండ్ అది, కానీ అది ప్రాకృతం ఆఫ్ గచ్చతి, ఆఫ్ భవతు. సో ఈ కనెక్షన్ మనం గమనించాల్సి వస్తుంది. అట్లా ఒడియా లాంగ్వేజ్ 3 జెండర్స్ కానివ్వండి, 3 టెన్సెస్, వయా సఫిక్సెస్, ఇవన్నీ మనం గమనించవచ్చు. నేను చెప్పినట్టుగా మరాఠీ మీకు తెలుస్తుంది, మరాఠీ ఎంత ఇన్ఫ్లుయెన్స్ అయిందని. తర్వాత గుజరాతీ 5 నిమిషాలు ముగించమని సూచన. కాబట్టి దాంట్లో రహస్యం ఏం లేదు. ఎవరైనా స్పీకర్ దగ్గరకు వచ్చారంటే తొందరగా ముగించమని చెప్పడం. బాడీ లాంగ్వేజ్ మనమే కదా. గుజరాతీ is a modern Indo-Aryan language descended from Sanskrit, and this category pertains exactly to those words of Sanskrit origin. దాంట్లో కూడా నేను అంత గుజరాతీని అబ్జర్వ్ చేయలేదు, కొన్ని మాత్రమే తెలుసు. కానీ కొన్ని ప్యాసేజెస్ అవుట్ ఆఫ్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ చదివినప్పుడు దాని సంస్కృత ఇన్ఫ్లుయెన్స్ ఒకటి చూడవచ్చు మనం. పంజాబీ గురించి చెప్తున్నప్పుడు ప్రొఫెసర్ ఓం ప్రకాష్ కపూర్ ఆయన ఏమంటే believed that Punjabi was more akin to Sanskrit than any other language of India. Dr. Professor Kabul, ఆయన ప్రొఫెసర్ ఆఫ్ ఫిజిక్స్ ఇన్ ఎస్డి కాలేజ్, ఆయన పుస్తకం రాశారు. తర్వాత హిందీ గురించి మీకు తెలుసు, హిందీలో చాలా పదాలు సంస్కృత బేస్డ్ గా ఉంటాయి. తర్వాత స్ట్రక్చర్ లో మనం గమనించాల్సింది ఏంటంటే యాక్టివ్ వాయిస్, పాసివ్ వాయిస్, టెన్సెస్, మూడ్స్, జెండర్, నంబర్, వీటిని గమనిస్తే ఒక్కోసారి శబ్దాలు మారిపోవచ్చు, కానీ దాని మూల తత్వం ఒకటిగా ఉంటుంది. ప్రొఫెసర్ కేదా జోషి అని, కేశవ్ రామరావు జోషి, ఆయన ఒక లింగ్విస్టిక్ ప్రొఫెసర్ ఒకప్పుడు ఉండేవారు అక్కడ మహారాష్ట్రలో. ఆయన ఒక థియరీ తీసుకొచ్చారు, ఏంటంటే మీ అన్ని లాంగ్వేజ్, ఇండియన్ లాంగ్వేజ్ అన్ని కూడా సంస్కృతం ఇన్ఫ్లుయెన్స్ అని అంటున్నారు. కానీ సంస్కృతం నుంచి వచ్చాయని ఒక సిద్ధాంతం నేను చెప్తానండి. డిస్కషన్స్ లో నాకు అర్థం కాలేదు. అదేమన్నానంటే చూడండి, చర్మ సంస్కృతం, చెమడ, అన్ని లాంగ్వేజెస్ లో చెమడ ఉంది అంటే నేను లేదు, తెలుగులో తోలు, తోలు అని అంటా కానీ చర్మం అనేది తక్కువ. చర్మం ఉన్నా కూడా సంస్కృతం. సో ముక్కు, నాలుక, ఇది సంస్కృతం అస్సలు దీనికి సంబంధం లేదు. నాలుక అంటాం, జిహ్వా అనేది మిగతా చోట. మరి మనం ఎట్లా దీన్ని ఈ భాష నుంచి వచ్చిందని చెప్పాలి? ముక్కు, కన్ను ఇట్లాంటివి లేవు అక్కడ. తమిళ్ లాంటి ఈ లాంగ్వేజెస్ తో పోల్చి చూసుకోవాలి జాగ్రత్తగా. ఏంటంటే మనకంటే ముందు వాళ్ళు ఎవరెవరు వచ్చారు, ఏ భాష నుంచి మనకి వచ్చింటుంది. అట్లా సంస్కృత్ has had a profound influence on Hindi since its earliest days. Hindi borrowed heavily from Sanskrit. In fact, the two languages are so closely related that Hindi is simply a modern form of Sanskrit అని కూడా మాట చెప్తారు. అట్లా ఎన్నో శబ్దాలు ఉన్నాయి మన భాషలు. ఎన్ని భాషలైనా మాట్లాడాలంటే భారతదేశంలో ప్రవహించే నదులు ఎన్నో ఉండొచ్చు, కానీ అన్నింటికి కామన్ ఏంటంటే నీళ్ళు. ఇప్పుడు ఎక్కడి నుంచో బయలుదేరినప్పుడు గంగ అన్నారు, అదే గంగని జాహ్నవి, భాగీరథి, మందాకిని పేర్లు మారాయి, కానీ నీరు మారదు. సో మన భాషలు వాళ్ళు మాట్లాడే పద్ధతులు వాళ్ళ సాంస్కృతిక ప్రభావం వల్ల మారినట్టు కనిపించిన వాటిలో అంతర్గతంగా ఉన్న ఒక సూత్రం, అంటే ఏదో అంత ముందున్నది వీటన్నిటిని ఇన్ఫ్లుయెన్స్ చేసి ఉండాలి, అది సంస్కృతం అని మన థియరీ. సో దీని మీద ఇంకా స్టడీ జరగాల్సి ఉంది. దాని మీద పెద్దలు స్టడీ చేసి మాట్లాడతారని భావిస్తూ నాకు ఈ అవకాశం ఇచ్చిన పెద్దలందరికీ నమస్కారం. తర్వాత మన భారతీయ భాషా పరివార్ వీరికి కూడా కృతజ్ఞతలు తెలియజేస్తూ ఉంటాను. నమస్కారం.
Thank you, Acharya Madhusudanji. If you have any questions, only one or two questions are permitted. You can ask. Yeah, please.
My point is that we are speaking yesterday today on the linguistic, that is the grammar of the languages. My point is that this is all the past. Past is the influence on the present. The present we work with the experience of the past. My point is that the conference would have also taken into account the relevance of the content of the conference in the day-to-day living on two fronts. One, profession, the other is life in the society. Our elements కొంచెం తక్కువ వేసిన పర్సనల్ భావన అంతకుమించి ఏం లేదు. బేసికలీ కమ్యూనికేషన్ స్కిల్. ఇప్పుడు సాఫ్ట్వేర్ చూస్తే మనకి ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ యొక్క లాంగ్వేజ్ వస్తాయి. ఇస్ ఏ గ్యాస్ ఆఫీస్. ఫ్రంట్ ఎండ్ లో వాళ్ళకి అదేంటి తెలియదు. దట్ గ్రామర్ ఆస్పెక్ట్ దే డు నాట్ నో. దట్ దే సీ ద మానిటర్, దే సీ ద మెను అండ్ ట్వీట్. అలాగే వాటిలో ఓవరాల్ గా పుట్టినప్పటి నుంచి I am sharing my thought. You can respond on this. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Question, not to the question.
Thank you, sir. Actually, I did not get your question. That's my question.
సెమినార్ ఎక్కడ ఏది చేసినా కూడా కాంటెంపరీ రిలవెన్స్ 75% ఉండాలి.
We are organizing a number of seminars, 6 of them in a row. Currently, 3 have already been held. One at Indian Statistical Institute, Kolkata, one at Aligarh Muslim University, one at Varanasi University, and now Osmania, then Mahindra University, then Hyderabad University, and maybe 1 or 2 seminars later. So all these questions, which you are saying are being attended to or addressed to in the seminar. Now the idea is basically to focus on how languages, different languages in India belonging to different groups or different having their unique identity, unique features of identity, also share commonality, common features, and how they have influenced each other. So languages have coexisted in India for millennia. They have lived together. They have impacted each other. Some of these we pointed out, how Dravida has, the Dravidian languages have influenced, Tamil has influenced Sanskrit, how Sanskrit has influenced. So we are taking care of at different places, different things are there. So this is just addressing the nature of the Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar. Okay, if you permit one more question. Yeah, please. One. I'm not asking for myself. Okay, please.
Sir, we are talking about the importance of the Sanskrit. Sanskrit is a universal language. At least in India, why the government of India will not make it compulsory Sanskrit? Now the private, public, all schools, madrasas, everything, at least up to class level. Why the conferences like this should not pass a resolution and send to Ministry of Education, Government of India?
In ancient India,
No, sir.
before Britishers came,
Sir,
it was compulsory, and still they were able to communicate with each other. So it was followed right from, say, not only from here, but even outside where India has countries. Bahasa is a Polynesian language. Bahasa Indonesia, Bahasa Malaysia, Polynesian language. But since literacy was achieved to Sanskrit, through the traders which moved to Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu, 80% of the words are from Sanskrit. But language is not. Language is Polynesian. Complete different grammatical structure. So there is no need of making compulsory. People will automatically understand and then.
Conclude and.
Thank you, sir. It was a very informative talk. I would like to request as Professor Asif to facilitate Professor Stevens. I would request local coordinators to also. Sir, we have Dr. Next up, we have our speaker, Dr. Vidyanand Arya. Before him delivering the talk, I would like to give a few introductory lines. Dr. Vidyanand Arya is a professor at the Department of Science here at Osmania University. He has been teaching since 2007 and serving as the head of department since 2009. He completed his education through the traditional Gurukula system, followed by postgraduate studies and research at Osmania University. His areas of expertise include ancient Sanskrit grammar and Patanjali Buddhist philosophy. Dr. Arya has organized multiple seminars and presented over 45 research papers at national and international forums. He has published 17 research papers and 5 general articles and has served as a course writer for 6 textbooks. Additionally, he has guided 3 PhD scholars to completion and is currently mentoring 7 more. Dr. Arya has also been a session president at several seminars and is a co-investigator on a project under the Indian Knowledge Scheme. We are very happy to have Sir here delivering the talk with us today. And now I'd like to invite Sir to deliver the talk. Thank you.
श्री सच्चिदानंद परमात्मने नमः। उस्मानिया विश्वविद्यालयस्य भाषाविज्ञान विभागेन सहयोगिना आयोजितायाम् अस्यां द्विदिवसीय संगोष्ठ्याम् अस्य सत्रस्य आध्यक्षं कुर्वाणाः महान्तः विद्वांसः, अस्य सत्रस्य संयोजकवर्याः, अस्याः संगोष्ठ्याः संयोजकाः, विद्वांसः, श्रोतारः, विद्यार्थिनः, भवतः सर्वानपि नमामि। आप सभी को नमस्कार। यह जो संगोष्ठी है भारतीय भाषा परिवार के संबंध में है। इसमें भारतीय भाषा परिवार में प्राकृत भाषाओं का वैशिष्ट्य, यह मेरा विषय है। भारतीय भाषा परिवार, ऐसा भाषा विज्ञान की पुस्तकों में कोई शीर्षक मुझे दिखा नहीं, क्योंकि भाषा विज्ञान से संबंधित जितनी भी जानकारियां हैं, जो भी विषय पुस्तकों में उपलब्ध हैं, वे सारी जानकारियां, सारे विषय लगभग पाश्चात्य विद्वानों के प्रभाव के कारण से, यहाँ पर जो शीर्षक है भारतीय भाषाओं से संबंधित शीर्षक, वह आर्य भाषा परिवार ऐसा है। किंतु भारत सरकार ने शायद भारतवर्ष की सांस्कृतिक एकता को झलकाने के लिए ये भारतीय भाषाओं का जो समूह है, यह भी एक उपयोगी साधन के रूप में हो सकता है, ऐसा सोच करके इस उपक्रम को प्रारंभ किया है। तो ये बहुत ही विशेष संदर्भ है, विषय है, क्योंकि भारत की जो सांस्कृतिक एकता है, इसको बहुत दिखलाने की आवश्यकता नहीं है, केवल दिख जाता है ये सब कुछ, किंतु फिर भी उसको लोग न देख सके, इसलिए तरह तरह के षड्यंत्र, तरह तरह के विचित्र वाद ला करके भारत की संस्कृति एक नहीं है, ये अनेकों में विभक्त है। यहाँ की जो विचारधारा है वो अनेक तरह की है। इस विचारधारा में एकता कहीं भी नहीं झलकती है, ऐसा वाद लाने का प्रयत्न विशेष रूप से जो पाश्चात्य विद्वान है, जो कि भारत को तरह तरह से नियंत्रित करना चाहते हैं सदियों से, या फिर आधुनिक उन विद्वानों के पिछलक यहाँ के जो विद्वान हैं, उनके विषय हमें ऐसे दिखते हैं। किंतु यहाँ पर मैं जो विषय प्रस्तुत करने जा रहा हूँ, भारतीय भाषा परिवार में प्राकृत भाषाओं का वैशिष्ट्य, यदि हम प्राकृत भाषाओं को देखें तो निश्चित रूप से ये स्पष्ट हो जाता है कि संपूर्ण भारतवर्ष में एक ही विचारधारा से, संस्कृति से अनुप्राणित लोगों की भाषाओं की विविधता है। ये इस रूप में है क्योंकि संस्कृत की, जैसे इससे पहले चर्चा की जा रही थी, संस्कृत का प्रभाव है प्राकृत भाषाओं की अनेकता, और हमारे भारतवर्ष में विशेष करके भाषा संबंधी जानकारी या भाषा संबंधी विवेचन जितना हुआ है, वो संसार में किसी भी प्रांत में, किसी भी देश में वहां के विद्वानों के द्वारा नहीं किया गया है। तो यहाँ जो वाक शास्त्रविद हुए हैं, जैसे स्फोटायन, कक्षीमान, औपमन्यु, औदुंबरायण, व्यास, कृष्णद्वैपायन व्यास, व्याड़ी, पाणिनि, पतंजलि, भर्तृहरि, यदि इनके समय को भी हम परंपरागत दृष्टि से विचार करें तो हजारों सालों से हमारे यहाँ भाषा विज्ञान से संबंधित हर एक अंश को खोल खोल करके, उद्घाटित करके स्पष्ट रूप में लोगों के सामने रखा गया। उन्हीं विषयों को, जैसे कि इससे पहले वक्ता ने कहा है कि इससे पहले जो श्रम किया गया है, भाषा संबंधी श्रम, उसको न देखते हुए नए तरह से हम अन्वेषण कर रहे हैं, नए तरह से हम परिश्रम कर रहे हैं। यदि हम इससे पूर्व जो भाषाविद हमारे भारतवर्ष में हुए हैं उनके विषयों को लेकर के उसकी चर्चा करें, उस पर विचार करें, उसको संपूर्णता से जान करके यदि हम आगे बढ़े तो निश्चित रूप से इतने श्रम की आवश्यकता नहीं होगी। वैसे मैं यहाँ बताना चाहता हूँ कि जो भी परंपरागत आर्य विद्वान है, भारतीय विद्वान है, वो दो तरह के वाक मानते हैं। एक है दैवी वाक और एक मानुषी वाक। जो दैवी वाक है वह मंत्रमयी वाक है, और दैवी इसलिए क्योंकि मंत्र त्रिलोक अथवा अंतरिक्ष में देवों द्वारा उच्चारित हुए, ऐसी एक परंपरा है। मानुषी वाक अर्थात मनुष्यों में व्यवहृत वाक, इसमें पद लगभग वही है जो द्युलोक में, जो दैवी वाक में थे, पर वाक्य रचना और आनुपूर्ति के इधर उधर होने के कारण से भाषा एक नया रूप धारण कर लेती। तो मूल इसका दैवी वाक्य माना गया। तो मानुषी वाक्य उत्तरोत्तर 4 रूप हुए, ऐसी परंपरा हमारे यहाँ है। तो इसकी जानकारी हमें नाट्य शास्त्र में प्राप्त होती है। वहां पर कहा गया है संस्कृतम प्राकृतम चैव यत्र पाठ्यम प्रयुज्यते अति भाषार्य भाषा च जाति भाषा तथैव च तथा योन्यंतरी चैव भाषा नाट्ये प्रकीर्तिता। यहाँ पर 4 तरह की भाषाओं का उल्लेख है। केवल 4 तरह की भाषाओं का उल्लेख है, पर एक एक भाषा स्तर में कई तरह की भाषाओं का अंतरीकरण हो सकता है। इसमें पहली जो भाषा कही गई है वह अति भाषा है, दूसरी आर्य भाषा है, तीसरी लोक भाषा संस्कृत है, और चौथी पाणिनि के उत्तर काल की संस्कृत। तो इसमें हम नाट्य शास्त्र की दृष्टि से यदि देखें तो वहां पर ये स्पष्ट रूप से कहा गया है, यह जो प्राकृत है, जैसे कि यहाँ पर भारतवर्ष में इस तरह का एक वाद फैलाया जाता है कि यहाँ के जो सामान्य लोग थे या ब्राह्मणेतर लोग थे या त्रिवर्णेतर लोग थे, उनकी भाषा प्राकृत थी, और जो उत्तम वर्ण जो माने जाते थे उनकी भाषा संस्कृत थी। इस बात को खंडित करता हुआ यह श्लोक मैं सुनाता हूँ। देखिए, यहाँ कहा गया है प्राकृतम संस्कृतम चैव चातुर्वर्ण्य समाश्रयम्, अर्थात संस्कृत और प्राकृत ये दोनों ही चतुर्वर्ण के लोगों की बोलचाल की भाषा के रूप में थी। ऐसा श्लोक में स्पष्ट है, प्राकृतम संस्कृतम चैव चातुर्वर्ण्य समाश्रयम्, और नाट्य में भी इसी तरह का प्रयोग होना चाहिए, ऐसा स्पष्ट है। तो यहाँ पर प्राकृत के विषय में क्या कहा है कि व्याजलिंग प्रविष्टानां श्रवणानां तपस्विनां भिक्षु चक्र चराणां च प्राकृतम संप्रयोजयेत् भागवत तापसोन्मत्त बालनीच ग्रहोपसृष्टेषु स्त्रीरीच जातिषु तथा नपुंसके प्राकृतम योज्यम्। अर्थात जो किसी बहाने से सन्यासी हो गए हैं पर वास्तव में सन्यासी नहीं है, या फिर जो श्रमण है, सामान्य तप करने वाले व्यक्ति है, या फिर जो गाड़ी चलाने वाले व्यक्ति जो भगवत भक्ति में लीन है, या फिर बाल है, किसी निम्न तरह के काम करने वाले हैं, स्त्री है, इस तरह के लोगों के लिए प्राकृत भाषा का प्रयोग होना चाहिए, ऐसा कहा है। पर इस सभी तरह के कार्यों को करने वाले चारों वर्णों में होते थे, इसकी जानकारी प्राकृतम संस्कृतम चैव चातुर्वर्ण्य समाश्रितम इस श्लोक से हमें पता चलता है। अभी जो आधुनिक भाषा विज्ञानी है उनके अनुसार इस प्राकृत भाषा का जो इतिहास है इसको 3 भागों में विभक्त किया जाता है। एक है प्राचीन प्राकृत, या फिर इसको पाली कहा जा सकता है, जिसका समय ईस्वी पूर्व 500 से ईस्वी 100वें वर्ष तक माना जाता है। दूसरा मध्यकालीन प्राकृत है, यह 100 ईस्वी से लेकर के 500 ईस्वी तक माना जाता है। इसके पश्चात परकालीन प्राकृत है, जिसको भी अपभ्रंश भी कहा जाता है, इसको 500 ईस्वी से 1000 ईस्वी तक माना जा रहा है। तो यहाँ पर जो प्राकृत है वह प्राचीन जनभाषा है। प्राकृत प्राचीन जनभाषा है, ऐसा एक मत है। जैसे इससे पहले भी मधुसूदन जी कह रहे थे, एक मत ऐसा है जिसका मानना यह है, कुछ विद्वानों का मत कि प्राकृत भाषा से संस्कृत का उद्भूत होना हुआ है, ऐसे मानने वाले लोग भी। और दूसरों का ये भी कहना है कुछ विद्वानों का कि प्राकृत और जो संस्कृत है ये स्वतंत्र परंपराएं हैं। एक जो इससे पहले भाषा थी वैदिक भाषा, उस भाषा से निकली हुई दो स्वतंत्र परंपराएं। पर जो तीसरा मत है वह स्पष्ट यह कहता है कि प्राकृत की उत्पत्ति संस्कृत से हुई है। तो प्राकृत की उत्पत्ति संस्कृत से हुई है, इस विषय में परंपरागत भारतीय मतानुसार प्राकृत के सभी प्राचीन व्याकरणों ने यह माना, क्योंकि प्राकृत का जो भी व्याकरण मिलता है वो संस्कृत के विद्वानों ने लिखा है, और संस्कृत के विद्वानों ने प्राकृत के व्याकरण को संस्कृत सूत्रों में लिखा, और उनका मानना है कि संस्कृत से प्राकृत का उद्भव हुआ है। इसमें हेमचंद्र जी का कहना है प्रकृति संस्कृतम तत्र भवम तथा आगतम। प्रकृति तो संस्कृत है और उससे आने वाला, उससे उद्भूत होने वाला संस्कृत है। प्राकृत सर्वस्व नामक ग्रंथ में कहा है प्रकृति संस्कृतम तत्र भवम प्राकृतम उच्यते। मूल तो संस्कृत है, उससे आने वाला प्राकृत है। प्राकृत चंद्रिका नामक एक ग्रंथ है, उसमें कहा है प्रकृति संस्कृतम तत्र भवत्वात् प्राकृतम। प्रकृतेः संस्कृतायास्तु विकृतिः प्राकृतिः मता, ऐसा षड्भाषा चंद्रिका में। प्राकृतस्य तो स्वमेव संस्कृतम योनिः। तो इस तरह के प्राचीन सभी विद्वानों ने एक मत से इसको माना है कि संस्कृत से ही प्राकृत की उत्पत्ति हुई है। इसमें किसी भी तरह की विप्रतिपत्ति एक 200-300 वर्षों पहले तक नहीं थी, किंतु जैसे ही पाश्चात्य विद्वानों का आगमन इस क्षेत्र में हुआ, भाषाई क्षेत्र में, उन्होंने भाषा विज्ञान के नाम से एक विशेष दृष्टि से इसको देखना शुरू किया। उस समय यह मत उभर के आया कुछ विद्वानों के अनुसार कि संस्कृत से प्राकृत की उत्पत्ति नहीं हुई है, अपितु प्राकृत से संस्कृत की उत्पत्ति हुई है। ये इसी तरह का मत है जैसे कि 200 साल पहले तक किसी को भी यह संदेह नहीं था कि आज भारतवर्ष के ही निवासी है, किंतु जैसे ही पाश्चात्य विद्वानों का आगमन उन्होंने इसको उलट करके आज लोग भारत के बाहर के प्रांतों से ऐसा कहा उन्होंने। इससे पहले किसी को भी संदेह नहीं था कि संपूर्ण भारतवर्ष में एक ही तरह की संस्कृति है, इसमें किसी तरह का मतभेद नहीं है। किंतु उनके आगमन के पश्चात इसका निर्देशन किया गया समाज में कि आज अलग है और द्रविड़ अलग है। विंध्याचल से उत्तर में जो रहने वाले हैं वे आर्य हैं, और विंध्याचल से जो दक्षिण में रहने वाले हैं वो द्रविड़ हैं। तो इस तरह के सिद्धांतों का जो वपन है ये पाश्चात्य विद्वानों के द्वारा विशेषता किया गया। किंतु यदि हम स्पष्ट रूप से देखें, शास्त्र रूप से देखें, या फिर प्रमाण जो मिल रहे हैं उनकी दृष्टि से देखें, तो निश्चित रूप से संस्कृत से ही प्राकृत की उत्पत्ति मानी जानी चाहिए। इस विषय में संदेह कैसे उन्होंने पैदा किया। इस भाषा का नाम संस्कृत है, और संस्कृत का मतलब होता है संस्कृत। संस्कृत मतलब परिष्कृत। तो परिष्कृत का मतलब हुआ कि किन्हीं और भाषाओं से परिष्कृत होकर के ये भाषा बनी होगी, ऐसा उन्होंने इसके बीच में एक सोच डाली। किंतु वास्तव में इस भाषा को संस्कृत जो शब्द दिया गया है वो बहुत बाद समय में आया है। यदि हम देखें पाणिनि का जो भी व्याकरण है, अष्टाध्यायी देखें, तो उसमें संस्कृत भाषा नहीं कहा गया है, उसमें भाषा कहा गया है केवल। तो इससे तो और स्पष्ट होता है कि उस समय जन जन की भाषा संस्कृत थी, इसीलिए संस्कृत को भाषा कहा जाता था। किंतु बाद में इस भाषा के लिए संस्कृत शब्द का प्रयोग प्रारंभ हुआ, और संस्कृत शब्द जो है उसको हम इस दृष्टि से भी देख सकते हैं कि समाज में जो और तरह की भाषाओं का प्रचलन हुआ, उन भाषाओं की अपेक्षा यह भाषा व्याकरण की दृष्टि से, नियमों की दृष्टि से, बोलचाल की दृष्टि से, उच्चारण की दृष्टि से शुद्ध होने के कारण से इसको संस्कृत कहा गया होगा। किंतु उसका कारण यह नहीं है कि प्राकृत भाषाओं से संस्कृत करके संस्कृत भाषा को बनाया गया हो। तो इसलिए संस्कृत मूल में और इस विषय में भारतीय विद्वानों का यह भी कहना है, जो परंपरागत भारतीय विद्वान है, कि वैदिक भाषा के पश्चात जिस संस्कृत का व्यापन हुआ भारतवर्ष के भूभाग में, वह दो तरह की व्याप्ति थी। तो दो तरह की व्याप्ति इस तरह से थी, एक तो शुद्ध रूप से वैदिक संस्कृत, लौकिक संस्कृत। दूसरा, जो सामान्य लोग जगह जगहों पर थे, वो शुद्ध रूप में उस तरह से उच्चारण नहीं कर सकते थे, उस तरह से नियमों की जानकारी उनकी नहीं हो सकती थी। इसीलिए स्थानीय कारणों के कारण से, उच्चारण की विविधता के कारण से, बहुत सारे कारण हो सकते हैं जिनका विश्लेषण भाषा विज्ञान विशेष रूप से करता रहता है। उन सभी कारणों से एक दूसरे तरह की भाषाओं का भी उद्भव समाज में देखा गया। तो वे ही भाषाएं भारतवर्ष में प्राकृतिक रूप से कही गई है। यदि हम महाभारत का समय देखें, महाभारत का समय तो स्पष्ट रूप से मानने योग्य है, जो भारतीय विद्वान कहते हैं कि लगभग 5000 वर्ष पहले महाभारत का समय था। और ग्रह नक्षत्रों की गिनती को भी हम ध्यान से, वहां पर जो जो गिनती हुई है उससे भी स्पष्ट रूप से ये जानकारी मिलती है कि 5000 वर्ष पहले महाभारत का युद्ध हुआ था। उस समय भी हम देखते हैं कि जब पांडव लाक्षागृह की ओर जाते हैं, तो उस समय विदुर जो है, तो विदुर संस्कृत भाषा में नहीं, अभी तो संस्कृत एतर भाषा में उन्होंने पांडवों को बताया कि वहां पर तुम्हें सावधानी पूर्वक रहना चाहिए, क्योंकि दुर्योधन आदि के द्वारा षड्यंत्र किया जा रहा है। तो यहाँ पर स्पष्ट रूप से यह जाना जा सकता है कि हजारों साल पहले भी संस्कृत जनभाषा के रूप में होते हुए भी और भाषाओं का उस समय वहां पर तो नाट्यशास्त्र अवस्थान्तरात्मकम, अर्थात यह संस्कृत भाषा ही संस्कार संस्कार गुण रहित होकर के जब दूसरा रूप धारण, गुण रहित होकर के जब दूसरा रूप धारण
Sir, we have Professor Neelkanth with us, sir. I would like to request her to have a seat over the dais. Regarding, sir. Professor Neelkanth is an distinguished academician with expertise in Sanskrit, Indian logic, poetics, and linguistics. He holds an MA in Sanskrit, Indian logic, and epistemology, a PhD diploma in Sanskrit linguistics, and a PhD in Sanskrit from University of Pune. Professor Das has over 15 years of experience teaching Sanskrit proficiency and specializes in Panini's grammar, Indian logic, politics, and philosophy. He has taught at renowned institutions such as Sagar University, University of Pune, and EFL University. Currently, he is an associate professor in comparative literature and India studies at ICLU, and has served as the head of department since March 2021. We are very glad to have Professor Neelkanth Das sir here with us delivering the talk. Now, I would like to request sir to deliver. Thank you.
As a student of Sanskrit, I should say that and I also could say that all the students, research scholars who are present here, I bless them that may they be successful in life. When I got the information about this seminar, that there is some Bharatiya Bhasha Samiti, which is headed by great language lover, Krishna Samiti. And he has been working for the Sanskrit language to make it local bhasha. Many people use this language in common. I got a very rare opportunity once to hear him in Sanskrit Academy, and the program was a request to Sanskrit scholars that you studied Sanskrit, and Sanskrit language has given you so much, you have extracted so many things from Sanskrit. Now this is your turn that you give something to the literature and you try to write something, whatever the form may. So there I heard him for 1 hour something. Now this occasion of the seminar on Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar, this is a very good auspicious occasion, and this is a very unique effort on the part of Indian government to form such one platform called Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar. Research, talks, dialogues may bring a new form. They are trying from government sides also, from the scholars, from the translators. Everybody is trying that children of India may learn and read their studies in the beginning in their mother language and up to the higher extent also. This is a very good effort. Many people are trying. This is a very good exercise. I selected the paper to speak on phonetics. This is a very small thing as far as I am concerned. Very small effort I have done. Phonetics is a Ucharan Shastra. And Ucharan Shastra, the research, the texts, the discussion, everything happened in one oral text. Mainly pertaining to the chanting of the there it begun, and the texts like Pratisakya, texts ending with the term Pratisakya, texts ending with the term Shiksha, even some Bhashya Bhumika type of texts. We find elements of Ucharan Shastra. Actually, this is very important that when the
student is learning something without any book, without any written thing before him, solely depending on the chantings, how the teacher, how the guru chants, he has to listen and follow. Then it is very important that the guru must teach the students the method of chanting. And this method of chanting slowly got the form of texts like Prantichatra books and Shiksha books. One important book is Paniniya Shiksha. Another important book which is followed by different departments of language and linguistics. That is Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar. That's one important Shastra book. Some basic elements of Ucharana Shastra we find in the book of Panini's Ardhadhyaya. Again, the Ardhadhyaya is rearranged by Bhartoji Dikshita into the text Siddhanta Gaumudi. This exercise of arranging or rearranging, doing research, writing vritti, writing commentary, this is a very long and a rich tradition. In the Siddhanta Kaumudi book, Sutra number 10, as we find, that is this Sutra, Tulyasya Prayatnam Savarnam. After this Sutra, whatever vritti commentary is there, that belongs to the proper pronunciation of the language. Here they mentioned this. Some people say this is related to the system of Sandhi also. And Sandhi is a very basic element in all Indian languages. You may follow it, you may try to remove it. Similarly, there is another process in Indian languages that without knowing we are using such words. That is the, when it comes to the very higher standard books or texts, that is the use of samas, the compounds. Many years when I was trying to see the UGC question paper for the students of English, students of linguistics, I found that some 2-3 questions, matchbox, blackboard, what is the samas here? This is a question in the net exam. Then the students of linguistics have to identify that which samas that is. Many words we are using in India, knowing that they are samas. Something is very much hidden there. And some people say Sanskrit is an old language, Sanskrit is a dead language. These are some different views are there. We cannot restrict anybody. That is the view of people. Well, there is another speaker and another guru. I think his name is Jinendra Saraswati. He has his speeches of Kanchipur, Shankaracharya. His speeches are collected and the book is called Hinduism. In that book, he speaks about the priests, the Sanskrit language. He says Sanskrit language position is like grandma, Dadima. You all people, you are young, you have family, you are busy in earning and enjoying life. But Dadima is also enjoying life. Dadima is there in the house. Grandma is there. Grandma's role comes when there is some problem, there is a hanging position in some religious duty or something. Then you ask Dadima what to do. This. Now Dadima comes and brings a solution for that. So Sanskrit is hidden in your language family. Its role is Dadima is very great, but you do not care many times. You are busy, but she has all respects and with all due responsibility, she solves your problems. Similar is the role of these scriptures present in Sanskrit. Well, this Talwa Tulyasya Prayatnam Savarnam is the Buddhi says Talwadi Sthanam, Talu etc. Uchan Sthanam, Avyantara Prayatnam, Iti Etat Dvayam, Jatsi Yen Tulyam, Tat Vitat Savarna Sangyamsa. So mutually
they are Savarna in the process of Sandhi, making Sandhi, Vidyalaya, Devalaya, say, these are Sandhi words. So, making Sandhi, which word is to be replaced by what? Which vowel is to be replaced with what? There you have to search that what is Savarna, that may be the case. So, keeping that in view, they formulated this sutra, and before this, while talking about this letters, the syllables start with the vowels and consonants. Vowels are normally O, R, E, B, this type of. They are present in all Indian languages. Consonants like ka, ka, ga, ga, ma, cha, cha, ja, ja. So ka group, I, cha group, I, ta group, I, ta group, I, pa group, I. Then some on this Yavala, then the Ushma Varna, Shasha Saha, these are the letters. And children learn after that there are, you join these things, you find Sha, you find Nya, Jnana, and there are many other letters. I have been teaching Sanskrit, basic Sanskrit for Hyderabad Public since 2002. Small batches, people come and learn. And they are love. Because of that, I designed Sanskrit Proficiency 1, Sanskrit Proficiency 2, and 3, and 4 also. People learned and got certificate. By the policy of our university, sometimes I was asked, no, you change the name, certificate, diploma, advanced diploma. I said, I will change the names, but the content is same. You call it whatever you want. So, there, he says that the vowels, as per the system, they may go up to the A, E, U, Ru, that may go up to the number 18. So 18 types of E, 18 types of U. Then how? They said in Vedic chanting and other chantings, these things are available because you have the different features of sound, Datta, Anudatta, Swarita. So it's 3 types of U. And there is a Raswa sound, Virga sound, a long sound, short sound, and very long sound, like you are calling, oh Ragam, oh Mule. So this A, U at the end of the calling, that is called Pluta sound. Pluta you are using when you are calling somebody. So this Raswa Dirgha Pluta, these are 3 types of variations of the vowels. Then Udatta, Anudatta, Swarita each. So it becomes 9. Again, this each 9, again he says that in previous sutra, sutra number 9, Mukha Nasika, Vachana Anunasika. That is one Anunasika. You use E also and E also. You use U also and also. So if 9 into 2, it becomes 18. Again, he says this later Ru, it is of 12 variety because the Dirgha is absent here. Then A, I, O, these are of 12 variety because Raswa is absent. So 12 varieties of A, I, O, they are Dirgha and Pluta. They are not never Raswa. This is how the structure he prepares, and in phonetics he calls that you have to call them server. And to give a proper form of the to show the proper place where to pronounce the things, being the same sutra under the Tulyasya Prayatnam Savarna in Panini's Ashtadhyayi, it speaks that you have to pronounce ta and who means the I, and ha and Visarjaniya. Each place is correct. So ka, kha, ga, ga, ga. These all these things and these are similarly. It says E and chu means cha, cha, ja, ja. For the students, if you are new to this system, you may listen and use. Chu means yeah, their place is tal. Then the vowel r and two means da 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 da, and their place is murda. R is vowel two da 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 da, and la and dental saw where place is danta. Similarly, who means papa mama this five. Then there is one sound in Vedic chanting that is called Upadhamaniya sound. Their place is post of the lips. There is one nya, ma, na, na, all these letters, their respective place and nasika, because they are nasals. All the hip sounds in the bush, near all these sounds. Then all the vowels A and I, Elitoham, Kantha and Taru mixed. For the sounds O and O, Odokta, Kantoshtam, Vakarasya, Kantoshtam, for the sound V, the Danta and Koshta we use. Upper teeth and lower lips we use for the sound V. Jivamulya Jivamula. There is one sound called Jivamulya. There is a peculiar sound that happens. Both these are very peculiar to Vedic chanting. Very rarely I hear Vedic chantings. You may hear very rarely. Some divine chanting of Kaushalya, Supraja, Rama, and Suprabhatam type of thing happens every morning there in Tirupati. In the Suprabhatam Seva. That is a live chanting of 10 to 15 pandits. They say good morning to the God. And it gives a very divine experience. With all accents and everything, they chant that every morning. In the society, there are the temple, sometimes they invite Ghanapati pandits that to produce the Ghanapatha of a mantra, of a sutta. So Sutta means a collection of many mantras, 2 to 9 couplets, mantras, the collection of say Indra Sutta, Agni Sutta, and Varuna Sutta, Surya Sutta. This Ghanapatha system is produced in the society here around Hyderabad. They are respected pandits and lot of respect and money is given to them because they have mastered that special method of chanting Ghanapatha. In this chanting, Upadmaniya, Upa means very near to Dhamma. Dhamma, the root comes in our chapter 1 of Bhagavad Gita also, when they say that first Krishna blew his Sankha, and then the Bhagavad Gita is by Sananayaka, and the lip lakara, the average long past form of that comes Dhamma, to blow the Sankha. Then others also one by one they leave their Sankha. So Dadmahu, Dadmatu, Dadmum, 3 words are appearing there in the first chapter of this Bhagavad Gita. I teach Bhagavad Gita first chapter in Sanskrit level 1. So I remember that this Dhamma root to blow the Sankha, if somebody knows how Sankha is blown properly, it is not merely like you are inflating a balloon. It is not like that. You are just pushing the air. No, you have to make a sound beginning of the like this type of sound. Otherwise, you pour your air, it will go outside. In childhood, I also tried to blow Sankha, but I couldn't. Then I learned slowly. So that Dhamma, this type of sound. This closer to this sound happens when for remains in the chanting. And next word is Visarga. And again for remains. While chanting in speed, that Visarga takes the form of so very soft. That is Upadmaniya. When this sequence comes for and for, then Visarga, then again for and for. It changes to Upadmaniya sound. Similarly, Ka or Kha, again Visarga, Visarga sound, again Ka or Kha. In that situation, in the root of the tongue, produce the sound Jiva Muliya, very peculiar, clearing the cough type of sound. That sound, it happens in the process of chanting. If that situation comes, it happens. That is named Jiva Muliya. Last thing is Nasika Anuswara. Then he speaks in under the same sutra. Tulyasya Prayatnam Savarnam. He speaks that Yatma Dvita Abhyantara Bahyascha. What is Abhyantara and what is Bahya? When you consider that Abhyantar means internal, Bahya means external. But in linguistics, the Abhyantar means what happens in the mouth cavity when you are rolling your tongue here, they are touching different places and sound comes. So that happens inside the mouth is Abhyantara. That which happens beyond the throat below, that is Bahya. So Adya Panchana, this Abhyantar Prayatna, there are 5 types: Sprushta, Sprushta, Vibhuta, and Vibhuta, and Samruta. This is the Veda. Tatra Sprushtam Prayatnam Sparshana. For all views, Ka to Ma, these are sparsha letters. Starting from the Ka and Ma 25 letters, they are sparsha. Their effort is Sprushta. Isat Sprushtam Antasthana. Antastha letters are Yara Lava. For them, the effort is Isat Sprushta. Isat Vibhutam Ushmana. For the Ushma letters, Sa, Sa, Sha, these 4 letters, the effort is, this is how Panini and his commentators, they have presented very small phonetic elements from the language. Vibhutam Swara. For the Swara vowel letters, it is open, no touch, no swars. If you do swars, it becomes consonant. Raswasya avarnasya prayoge santu. Prayog means Bhasha Pariwar. In language Prayoga, Raswa short of Samruta and Prakriya Dasayam to Vibhutam. But in the grammatical Prakriya, especially when you are using that this is you have to add like this in grammatical Prakriya, especially when you are talking about that word, then it is Vibhutam. Otherwise, in the language fluently you are speaking, the internal effort is Samruta. All these things I have not done any new effort. I give this course to our English students and linguistic students. The course title is Phonetics Indian Tradition. So I have collected for them the complete text of this Paniniya Shiksha and also Taittiriya Prajna. Bahya Prayatna is of 11 types, and he gives that these are Vivara, Samvara, Shwasa, Nada, Ghosha, Aghosha, Alpha Prana, Mahaprana, Udata, Anudata, Swarita, Saita. Normally, Udata, Anudata, Swarita, about this, Panini speaks before this sutra that to change Udata, you produce a high sound, that is Udata, you produce a medium sound, that is Swarita, and lower grave sound, that is Anudata, very basic thing. And they say that he keeps all these things in Bahya Prayatna of 11 types. Then Panini uses a technique of Pratyahara sometimes to refer to a number, a bunch of letters in the process. He did not write the complete list of letters. He will simply say Ach. And in Telugu speaking, Achulu means vowels and Halulu means consonants. So this same Ach, he also uses in his grammar. Why Ach means vowels. There is one Paniniya Maheshwara Sutra, 14 Sutra, and the peculiar arrangement of the syllables, Ayun Rulu type of thing, Aom, Ayots, mixed. By dropping the last letters, you get Ach. Ach transfer or U, Ru, A, O, I, O. These are the vowels. Similarly, Hals. Similarly, he uses many other things also. If you find that he writes here, Hasha. What is Hash? What is Hash? That's a group of letters. Hayavarat, it starts with Hayavarat. So everything that comes inside that becomes Hash. Similarly, he speaks that the last Vargana, Dvitiya, Chaturtha, Shalashcha, Mahapra of the Varga, Dvitiya, Chaturtha, and the Shal letters. Towards the end of this Maheshwara Sutras, And if my dear students, they want to learn and understand Panini, it is better to remember this quoting Maheshwara Sutra always. So Sal means Shasasar and Hal, Sutra number 13 and 14. And so Sha, 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 Ham, these four, they are also, he calls Mahatma. Rest, in the Varganam, Prathama, Tritiya, Panchamaha, Yamacha, Alta less air. Mahaprana, you need more air, some burst type of thing, like you are saying ga, ba, dha, ga, ba, the less air, but for them more air. Similarly, this is how it covers the text. The same phonetics is treated in the text of Paniniya Shiksha also. Paniniya Shiksha is a different book, and here Panini starts that how speech is produced. How speech is produced. Because without knowledge, you cannot speak. Now, if in this same scenario, if physics is discussed and I'm sitting here, I cannot ask anything. I don't know physics theories. So knowledge is important. That's why the first sentence here he says how speech is produced. Atma Buddhya Samitya Mano Junte Vivakshaya Mana Kayagnim Ahanti Satreyati Maruta Maruta Suri Urasi Chara Mantram Janayati Sura. This is the process of speech when we speak the language. If we know something, some knowledge we have, then under a proper situation we have vivaksha, the desire to speak, the bhaktum icha, vivaksha. So, Atma, that means we, Jivatma, we collect knowledge. The dravya, the prayojana, artha means prayojana also, need also. In Mahabhasya, the grammatical commentary, there is a sentence that as per your prayojana, you go to the house of Kumar, you go to the house of Kamar. I need this instrument with me, I need that instrument you give me, because you have prayojana. Yeah. So you have artha. And the same artha, he also speaks there that you have prayojana of some words. Do you go to the house of a grammarian? No, as per the need of, as per your prayojana and artha, you use certain words that you have to present. Tomorrow I have a seminar, I need some words. Oh, Mr. Grammarian, please give me some words. You don't go to the house of a grammarian, like you go to the house of a blacksmith, go to the house of a potter, I need a pot. So as per the prayojana artha, you use that. This is how in Mahabhasya he speaks by analyzing languages. Well, you correct artha, the knowledge, and when you have vivaksha, when you have bhaktumicha, then you employ the mind. And mana kayagni, mana activates the body fire. Some prerayati marutam, and body fire sends forth air. Marutam. The same marutam, urasi in the chest area, charam, like moving. Mandram Janayati Swaram. Same next sloka is same mantra swara you utilize in early morning prayer with a Gayatri meter. Again, he points out that for morning prayer, this meter is better, and for midday prayer, Madhyandina prayer, medium sound, and this Jagati or Bruhati meter is better. And for evening prayer, a high pitch sound is better. All these things slowly he writes. But in the beginning, Panini writes there that although everybody knows language, everybody knows how to pronounce a language. This is very common, how to utter a sound, but still, because of Durbuddhi and Mandabuddhi and their wrong usage, things are becoming collusion. So, with the aim of cleaning them, again I am writing this book, Panini. And to say to you that you have to be very careful while using the words, the letters. Once something falls from your mouth, you cannot take it back. This is a very common saying. So you have to be very careful while using. Like one Vyagri, mother tiger is careful for the children. Yet Vyagri yatha haras putram damshram nacha pidaye. Gita patanam hedam varnan prayojani. So in the case of varna also, the articulated sounds also, and in the case of children also. So you are being afraid of, you have you have to be careful of patana and veda. There in the case of children, some other bird may catch them and take away, some other animal may hit them, they may fall into a ditch. So Vyagri takes them in the mouth and shifts them to a separate place. Same mouth and teeth Vyagri uses to hunt other animals and tear the place. But while taking its children, it never hurts. So you as a speaker should be careful of patana. Nothing should fall unnecessarily from mouth. No words should fall. Veda here means not separation. Veda means a different type of sound should not come from your mouth. You want to say something, but something else comes. No, that should not happen. So Veda, Patanam, Veda, Tadvat, Varnan, Prayojaye. You should employ, you should use the word of your respective language. He also speaks that in the case of a chanting, it is very much necessary that the person who chants, he should observe the compound words, he should observe the sandhi words, he should observe the udatta, anudatta, and swarita type of tonic difference that he should observe. Along with this, he should know the meaning of mantra also, meaning of chanting also, without knowing the meaning. It is not good. That's why he says mantra hina swarato varnatava hina mithya prayukto na tam tasya artham yadi tatha prayoga bhavati. If somebody uses it like that, then so Vajra, that speech becomes a weapon. Vajra like Yajamana dynasty. The person who arranges this ritual, it kills him. Yajamana dynasty, Yatha Indra Satru Swarato Aparadam. There was some yajna and somebody chanted that Indra Satru Vadaswa, this type of sentence. But Indra Satru, this is a compounded word. Some cloning mistake he did. And so in the place of the enemy, the arranger of the ritual got wounded. That the same speech becomes one weapon because of wrong application. The sounds of udatta, anudatta, and swarita, the Panini gives one equal thing that which swaragram type saregama padhanisa type of the music melody. So some equivalent he has brought in sloka that udatta nusada gandhara anudatta nisada jivito swarita pravahiyate sarja madhyama panchama. So some equivalent. Coming to the text, Paitariya Pratishantya, this is also a text on a very old text and Vedic text. This belongs to Krishna Yajurveda, and this they are particularly, I think, this first sentence. We say that the Anunasika sound is because in Panini they say Mukha Nasika Vachana Anunasik. Mukha and Nasika both are used. But here this is the text. They are very particular and they go very deep to say, when you say Nasika, this is not this Nasika. It says Nasike iti Nasika Chidrayoho Kanthasamna Pradesha Kuchya. If this Nasika Chidra imaginary, it goes inside the Chidra, the whole goes inside, it touches your throat at some point. That point is called Nasika. When you wish to open it, then nasal sound comes. You wish to close, then ordinary sound comes. So there are some point inside. The very particular thing in the text, so I brought it for you. Then there is a concept. Students and people normally confuse what is Nada, what is Swasa. That very precisely, I may say, and this text is also very particular about that, that Swasa produces your Ghosha letters, Nada produces your Ghosha letters. Like in the paragraph of Bhakya Prayatna, that is Swasa, Nada, Ghosha, Ghosha, everything was there. But here in the text, he says, Sambaranam Kantasya, Sankocha. Samurte conveys nada. The concept of the muscles they are contrasted. That is there then nada is vocal cords they are Samurta contrasted. Then nada is vibration. Okay, the portion. Contasya Sankocha Sarpayu Samvara Nama Mahya Prayo. Tasmin Sati Nada to Mahya Prayatna Priyate. This is how very particular commentaries, they are very particular. In the title of Pratisatya, in their commentaries, everything is there. Before 2 sessions, Professor Penna Madhusudan spoke something about Odia also, and Telugu languages also. My mother language is Odia. So I enjoyed hearing something about my language. There is one concept of in the method of analysis that when you pronounce raw and ta, in between there is some particular that name is called Varshwa. He says Varshwa Nama Refa Nana Yor Actually, everything that happens in the names of phonetics and in the names of pronunciation, that happens within some 1 or 1.5 centimeter of area between Dalu, Buddha, and the upper tip, behind the upper tip, that is the place of Tanta, where we are saying ta, tha, da, tha, and sa, all these sounds, and where you are saying cha, 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 this place is Dalu in phonetics, and beyond that, if you go ta, tha, that is Buddha. The gap is around some 1 or 2 centimeters. This much is the area, but they have very minutely defined the places with different terms. Finally, he has used in the same text that there is a concept called karana and there is a concept the place sthana. So where thing ends, the process of speech ends, that place is this sthana. And the instrument that touches every time, that is karana. So normally jiva or kantha, that is called karana. This is how these terms they use while describing process of ucharana in territory of Pratisakya also. Coming to the different languages of India, what I have observed while listening to music, while listening to speech here and there. The other day I was just moving there near India Park with my child, and I heard somebody saying that so and so Manu and this people they are very bad, so they have produced music. So that's the popular speech he was addressing in India. And nowadays there is a trend that many Hindi film songs are coming, love songs and different type of hatred songs, box office hit pictures, and everything is coming in Punjabi language. Then I was thinking why they produce these very popular songs in Punjabi language. But Punjabi language is becoming popular, and people unknowingly or unknowingly they are following Punjabi language. And so recently I was hearing one song, Sunya Sunya Rata and Rata Devi Chitru, something like this. Now Bullena Kabhi Menu Bullena. So I was saying this is Bullena, not correct. They are saying Bulle. And
Bulle Shah.
this is how they say. So I found that Punjabi in their language, this retrograde things, Gosha and these things, they are using without that, like and something. So I also that some South Indian languages like our Telugu, Kannada, there is also some in aspirated things. In Mahaprana things, there is a difference. Marathi language, normally I found I spent some 14 years in Maharashtra. I found these 3 types of sha they use very particular. And being a poor chap from Odia, they caught me seriously. What are you saying? We don't understand. They use 3 types of saw very clearly. As a child from Odisha, I was using only one saw. Though written, this 3 types of saw are there, but in language, in speaking, we use one saw. Then it is a very difficult task to remember which saw you have to write for Smasana, which saw you have to write for Harishchandra, that dictation you have to write, and they catch us and beat us. So this is a rigorous exercise. I also observed that in Odia language, for the sound vakaras se bantosham, I said vakara, upper teeth and lower teeth. This sound is absent. For they are also on BA, and for Yaralava, they are also above. And there are some thinkers for some 10 or 15 years, they have started placing another letter, a vowel O and one verb matra there, that is one. Because while converting different Hindi and other words, bringing into Odia, they needed one word sound. So they have placed somehow this. They did. I heard some Bengali also. Bengali people also, their language is very sweet language. They say Bengali is a sweet language. Similarly, Telugu, they say Telugu is Italian of the East. Telugu language is also very good. Then why don't you follow Telugu language? Speak with us, you will follow. Sorry. So I have followed some Telugu language while teaching Sanskrit. I said Društva, Krutva. So Društva means choosing, and Krutva means chasing, something like this. Then I followed other things. But in Telugu, also this when you produce ya and va, they are mixed with a consonant, like tatto, these things. They put more stress on ta and they say tatta. These things they produce in a different way. But language is a sweet language. And many good literature are available in the Hindi language. Thank you. This is my observation about language.
Thank you, sir, for the informative talk. Now I would like to request Dr. Professor Ashish Sharma to facilitate Dr. Neelkanth's answer. Now I would like Professor Ashish Sharma to come and address the gathering. Student, Sanskrit and other Indian languages. Second, Professor विद्यानंद आर्य, भारतीय भाषा परिवार में प्राकृतिक भाषाओं का वैशिष्ट. And third one, Professor Neelkanth, which I enjoyed most. A loudly comprehensive approach to language study, I could say that it is a critical analysis of you know, this was, I think, the second most illuminating source of information on Indian phonetics
in addition to Siddheshwar Verma's book, which appeared in the first quarter of the 20th century, the critical studies in the phonetic observations of an Indian grammarians. That was the name of the book. It was a wonderful book, written by a school teacher and well known all over the world. You see, I think I should begin with the last paper. The entire modern phonetics is nothing but 99% reshaping taken as it is from ancient India. Human linguistics also owes its development to Sanskrit grammarians. Had Sanskrit grammarians not been known to the Western scholars, probably modern linguistics would have not been there. But unfortunately, we lost our tradition of looking at language. It wasn't until the mid of sixth decade, somewhere around 56 or so, C.D. Deshmukh, the Deputy College planned a conference of vice chancellors and some Western trained linguists, attended by no less than C.D. Deshmukh, the then chairperson of the UGC. And it was decided that India, which was the source of linguistics, has lost linguistics. So linguistics should be revived. It was only then that linguistics was established with the efforts of UGC in universities like Osmania, then Mumbai, then Andhra University, Punjabi University Patiala. At that time, it was Punjab. There was no separate Haryana, so Punjabi University Patiala. Later on, Kurukshetra also got the Department of Linguistics was established when C.D. Deshmukh happened to be Vice Chancellor of University of Delhi. So it was those days when a chairman of UGC felt proud, and after becoming a minister, after becoming chairperson of the UGC, becoming a member of the Planning Commission, he became Vice Chancellor of University of Delhi. So Department of Linguistics in University of Delhi, from which I come, I retired there as a professor, began with one person, a Malayali scholar from the Akin College, and then branched into a good department where you have been working there. So the concept of Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar was reflected in all papers there, but let me remind you that Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar does not mean establishing Sanskrit as a source. Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar is like this bouquet, where all languages of India, live together, coexist together. They have influenced. Sanskrit has deep impact on many Dravidian languages. Dravidian languages have impacted Indo-Aryan, including classical Sanskrit and even the previous form of Sanskrit also. Many of those points were raised by you and by other scholars also. So this was really wonderful to have your paper there. And Professor Madhusudan did present a wider perspective of Indian languages, particularly with a focus on the Sanskrit and its impact there. Professor Neelkant, Professor Vidyanand Arya, although it seems that some of the things were missing from linguistic point of view, but he did talk about the evolution of these languages like Prakrit and Pali. And incidentally, since I have had interest in Pali and Prakrit, both I supervised PhD thesis on the phonology of Pali and Prakrit, and a number of dissertations on Pali. So this indeed was quite illuminating to hear how those three sources can be three different views can be considered and reconciled to a fruitful discussion with regards to the development of Indian languages. I'm sure that though I missed other sessions because I was preoccupied with a seminar at Varanasi. I reached only late evening, but I'm very happy to note that it's going well. And it should inculcate a sense of being, a sense of togetherness among the Indian languages. That will be greatest achievement, when we reach that point. Thank you. I'm grateful to the organizers also and for all the papers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable comments.
I will join. Just give me 5 minutes. You begin.
Thank you, sir. Next up, we have Professor Bhimrao Bhosle as a key speaker next. Before asking sir to deliver his speech, I would like to give certain introduction. Professor Bhimrao Bhosle is a distinguished academician and former head of the Center for Applied Linguistics and Translation Studies at the University of Hyderabad. He has been recently appointed as a non-official independent director on the board of NDCC by the Government of India. He has significant contributions in language description, discourse analysis, and translation studies, especially applying systemic functional linguistics theory. He has an MA PhD in English from Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University and has over 32 years of teaching and research experience. Professor Bhosle has published major works like a systemic functional profile of Marathi and is actively involved in advisory roles for various national and international committees. He has guided numerous MPhil and PhD scholars and organized multiple academic events. Additionally, he has been a resource person for UGC MHRD programs and a prominent figure in educational and social organizations. We are very glad having sir with us today delivering a talk. Now I would like to request sir to please address the gathering.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share my views on the topic provided. It's a really privilege to be among you here. This is a very ancient, dedicated place for education. My topic is confidential to language studies. I have several PPTs. Finding some time because occasion is a very important one, having implications for the transition we are going through. Under the NEP 2020 guidelines, multilingual context of India, the complexity of language itself. Linguistics is simple, but language is very complex. So that's why people think grammar is very difficult. Because we enter into abstractions. The problem is with the methodologies and how we approach.
in the history of the evolution of linguistics, it has undergone several perspectives. Last 50 years almost, under the structuralism, Chomsky's perspective of structuralism, generative grammar, etc., dominated. We know that our tradition, we have somewhere lost. We are trying to restore, regain our context of culture. And finding our proper ground so that in future we may foreground in the context of our culture and situation. The kind of perspective that has been prescribed or rather, expressed in NEP 2020. Holistic, choice-based, very typical words. Holistic, choice-based, comprehensive, interdisciplinary, different words, but the essence, the spirit is one only. Unity in diversity, or holding unity in diversity. With the two fundamental principles, syntagmatic and paradigmatic, not different. Appear to be different because they manifest in a present development. But the true existence comes in the intersection of that, setting a frame of reference, a point of view. And the most dominant element in that, which is repeated, is interdisciplinary. So, different terms, same connotations, and how to promote Indian languages, medium of learning and teaching is a central crucial issue. Why languages matter? Why cultures disappear? If languages are caught in a zone of endangerment. Because ontologically, with a child as grows, the evolution of the mind of the child and language occurs simultaneously. This is very, very important. It means that the culture of the child and the language and the interaction between the culture of that context and the language result into the potential growth of the child, the development of the child through the interaction. The very thought process is because of the language structures and the non-linguistic cultural structures. That intersection is functional. It is choice-based. It is system thinking. System is a choice. And our choice based upon system thinking, that is choice thinking. The whole growth of the child, mental growth, and the growth of the language are simultaneous process. So system and process. Okay. These are key things which emerge into this linguistic and non-linguistic domain. We can't separate them. Separating is inviting risk, danger, or for misleading. Okay, so two major approaches. One analogist approach that is of syntagmatic or formal theories of language. They look after regularities, they think of norms, etc., etc. And another approach is anomalous. They focus on contradictions, expectations, irregularities. So somewhere we are missing because we are not combining them together based upon system as a choice and system as mode of thinking. What connects is act of movement. It is a relation, what we call as a function. So different forms of relations across this intersection of syntagmatic and paradigmatic forms of relationships. You hold the thing. The nature you hold, the society you hold, people you hold. So ontologically speaking, our logogenesis is connected with phylogenesis. Internally, externally. So I have two parts. Several PPTs are there. Excuse me, I will be showing you and briefly commenting on that because of time constraints. What is most important is that languages are resources, potential, energy. Grammars are powerhouses. Modes of empowerment, growth and development. And the texts are primary semantic unit. Culturally, language is a primary semantic unit. So any interpretation of any text must be in the context of the entire system of the language. If that is so, then we have no alternative except to be comprehensive, to be interdisciplinary, to be systemic, holistic, or choice-based mode. We cannot insist on being only syntagmatic or formalistic. We cannot simply insist on being only paradigmatic. There may be basis setting our perspectives. But what matters is the center of it are all our ontological interpretation. That is the intersection of syntagmatic and paradigmatic relations. So this is the key point that I would like to. In first part, what I did. In second part, I show some PPTs in which we will see comparative strengths and weaknesses of major two approaches, Halliday's functional approach and Chomsky's formalist approach, or structural generative, different names are given. So that is my key thing. These are from the points of view of origins. Yes. Yeah. So after making introductory remark that what is my topic and what is my objective, what I am going to do, and how I am going to move the fighters. Okay. I show you this. This is by this. In this you will see the red part, distinction. You see the distinction. Message, code, and context. That context is the semiotic meaning. Code is the form. Formally we say rule. And message is the experience realized. addressor and address. Action, interaction. And context is placed at higher level, which is non-linguistic. So context, addressor and addressee are non-linguistic. Linguistic is message, code and content. It means languages are naturally derived from the context. That is the point you need to look at. Languages are derived. You hold. Naturally. And content is a semiotic. Code is what you say as a rule, but when you do from context. In this case, the center of all action and interaction is the message. Message is a fundamental. What is it?
Yeah.
I don't know. So here you see, Sassoon gave this figure. 4 isocentric circles are there. And then there are 4 objects of view. Sorry, 3 objects of view and 3 points of view. So subject and discipline you can find it. From below, from above, and from within and around. Long and furrowed, and paradigmatic and syncretic. They are from within, roundabout, from within and roundabout. Those are the basis of the 2 major perspectives of language studies. Syntagmatic or paradigmatic. Chomsky's model is syntagmatic. Rule-based, cognitive. And paradigmatic, Halliday and the school and the tradition earlier, Pearl and others, he has eclectically chosen basic and fundamental better features from the earlier major linguists. Maybe American structuralists, maybe European structuralists, maybe Indian or Chinese. And fourth, gave system and structure. So he brought system and structure together. What is it that brings together system and structure? It is that intersection. It is that choice, act of choice, that act of will. So it is the function or it is the relation, okay, which brings the system and the structure together. I think that it is here we have to find a master key to address the anomalies, to address the risks of syntagmatic as well as paradigmatic approaches, which is the choice, act of meaning, the relation, and different modes of relations realized in semiotic meaning. This is Romain Thompson first related identified functions. So this is addition to earlier study. So message becomes poetic as a center. Structurally, what was message? Empirically, it becomes poetic, full of aesthetics, intention, expectation. Okay, and power. That meant that aesthetic sense makes message poetic. That is why even when we know the message, we read a poem on it or a play on it, or we listen a song, even though we know about love, for example, if a song is about the love, we know what love is, but yet we listen that song. Why for? For poetic, that aesthetic beauty, aesthetic revelation, realization, reiteration, because it has the power to trigger the mind. Addresser, addressee, context, code, contact, So semiotic, metalingual. Now here, code is metalingual. It's not only lingual, it is metalingual. It means language about language. So you see, essentially, language is not a singular conception. Language is always a plural conception. Okay. We are very fortunate enough that India is multilingual. And Indians never take it negatively. Okay, never take it negatively, being multilingual. Because they know that to be multilingual is more powerful, more auspicious for making the meanings. You take Marathi, for example, 8 dialects. You take any dialect, several dialects, several registers. You take a sign, it is componential. The sign is componential. It is not singular. And Sassoon said, and the modern linguistics becomes scientific only because of Sassoon's conception of linguistic science, where he talks about scientifically signifier, signified, and signification. So there are 3 elements, concrete and abstract, okay, which makes a sign. But when we use a language, we don't speak only in science, we speak in meta-science, sign of the sign. So complexity, probability, these are the fundamentals. And we need to expand our view, not only syntagmatic, but also paradigmatic, and also from within and out. So trinocular view, trinocular vision is necessary to understand the complexity of language in realizing all possible probabilities, so that the reality is properly construed, understood. These are the 2 modes that are the basis of linguistic perspective, either syntagmatic or paradigmatic. And intersection of the 2 is the center of the phenomenon. Mental phenomenon or external cosmic phenomenon. It is the intersection, x-axis and y-axis. That intersection, that point, the point of intersection, you see, sets in motion multiple implications. There are layers, there are strata, within the strata there are bands. Okay. And one intersection, our one choice, functionally affects the entire domain of the internally as well as externally. That is why languages are at the center of attention. And we being the students of language, we need to understand if languages are at the center of thinking and system, okay, we should realize our responsibility to understand the function, form, meaning, and context of language and its use. Okay. This is very important, poetic function. Poetic function, poetic message must be poetic. What we need to say must be properly said. So the poetic function projects the principle of equivalence. That is the equivalence, from the axis of selection into the axis of combination. This is the center, most crucial part. And that is why only thinking of the diametric approach, only thinking of symptomatic or formal theories is absurd, nonsensical. Why? Because the message and the poetic of the message functionally, okay, project the principal equivalence from the axis of selection into the axis of combination. So this is the third dimension. So trinocular vision. Okay, not only symptomatic and not only paradigmatic, but trinocular vision. And the base of that trinocular is the relation which is defined as a function in various forms of its occurrence in realizing the configurations, different configurations of the structure of language. The influence about this vision, trinocular vision, is Bronislaw Malinowski, and they thought for the first time is that all we have to remove ambiguities, contradictions, okay, redundancies, irregularities, and make sense, simple, clear, straight, that connects mind to mind and heart to heart. Then we need to consider these things, where language is primarily a tool for getting things done. This is functional theory. Anthropologists, functional anthropologists. Okay. He therefore focuses on context of situation and context of life, which is not linguistic. Which is not linguistic. J.R. Burke said, even prosody matters. Prosody means here, no language is adequate for making sense poetically. Some non-linguistic elements come into play. They interplay in communication and matter too much, sometimes more than the form. System, language and system of systems means choice of choice, choice of choice, choice of choice. In order to fulfill our interests, our needs, our expectations, we make the choices. So if language is a system of systems, it means this is a resource, a big resource or potential. This is the wealth. In the most general terms, we study language as part of the social process. So system and process, natural, human, okay, adult, speech. This is the proper way of understanding the nature of language, system and process. For Sapir and Wood, a social phenomenon. Language is a social phenomenon. You know, there are artificial languages. But this is natural language, word and social language. A language is intimately bound up with its speaker's cultures and influences their worldview. Now here I want to tell you what is the culture that I have understood from reading of one text on culture by Malinowski. What is culture for Malinowski? Culture for Malinowski is mode of thinking and doing the things to fulfill our needs. Okay. So it is institutional. Culture is institutional. It is thought process. So the question here that I would like to share with you is, if culture is primarily associated with institution, thought process, learning and teaching, okay, then the question arises, are we using our native languages in so-called cultural institution? That is in our universities for learning and teaching at the higher level. Because our thought process is inherently linked with what is going on in institutions. If our languages are not being used in higher education for learning, teaching, research, etc., it means that our thought process is excluded from institutions of culture. And there lies the danger for Indian languages. Those who would like to protect Indian language, promote them functionally, and make them aspirational for better future of India and the people of India. Because they must be thinking people, not simply shadows and the followers. And we will become simply shadows and we will grow up in darkness if we are not using our native languages in a higher education for research, learning and teaching. That is what I would like to say as a key point in this drawn from Maganos. So the earlier, their conception to language. So language is very complex, very difficult. System of systems and system and process. Theories of language, two major theories that I already talked about. We have taken different modes of launching their view, systematic and paradigmatic. We are not satisfied with going with only one. We would like to bring them together, but where we can bring them together? What is the center of that? What is the base of that? That is the intersection. That is the point of intersection of x-axis and y-axis. That is syntagmatic and paradigmatic relation. They are relationships means they are the sets, they are the systems. Syntagmatic system and paradigm. So semantics is taken as the foundation of language. So natural grammar. It is organized around the text or discourse. Chomsky says generative grammar. And generative means only explicit enumeration. Saying the things exactly as it is. I shouldn't waste time. So here we have this hierarchical word. 4 isocentric circles. Physical, biological, this is material. Social and semiotic is immaterial. It is in terms of the values, abstract ideas. Okay? And ideas are more powerful. So people are identified by their ideas. And semiotic theories are placed at the highest. Means semiotic is greater than social, social is greater than biological, biological is greater than physiological. That order is to be taken into consideration in terms of value, life, and matter. So this is the kind of vision which is required for a comprehensive approach to the study of language. In a text, we have clause at the center, syntagmatic and paradigmatic. Both ways you can look there. But very few people know that one clause has 3 lines of meaning. Independent, at the same time, conflating with each other. Conflation, sangam. 3 line ka sangam. Transitivity, 1 line, mood, another line, and theme, another one. In one and the same clause, 3 lines of meaning. Halliday calls them metafunctions. So from within and around, which are the bases? You see, only syntagmatic approach will look into only one meaning, not all the three meanings. If you have in your vision, this transnocular vision, you will have these three interpretations, three metafunctions from within and around. And then if you look from the bottom up, there is a rank scale, different meanings, different modules. And then from above, from the semantics, where text is the primary unit of meaning, you have message, more and effect. So at a different strata, different rank, okay, overlapping, conflicting, interlocking, because of the act of meaning that takes place through intersection of x-axis and y-axis, sets multiple implications. This is the concept of language. Text, system, sound, writing, writing, structure, contributions of parts as a resource. And the resource means the choices among alternatives. Entire document on language is under the NEP 2020 his own choice. And it says holistic, it says interdisciplinary. It says the spirit of this document is interdisciplinary. And this is not related to only language, but also to all the disciplines that are being taught in educational institutions. The spirit is interdisciplinary. It means that what Sasuri had visualized, that languages are at the center of the cosmic world. Our languages are also for empowerment of the people, are at the center of institutions of learning and teaching. Those who are concerned with language, literature, learning and teaching must understand their responsibility, that they hold the fulcrum. They are at the center of the institution where different disciplines are engaged in empowering people through knowledge and knowledge. Okay. So different definitions of several things are there. I couldn't. This is the concept of text. And grammarians never separate the text from the context. The context consists of a container and more. So we are interlocking reality. I'm getting the signal. Okay. I have come only to the conclusion of part 1 only. In future, sometime we will add the part 2. What I wanted to say is, now I will come to the conclusion, okay? Right? We need to rethink axial, vision, axial vision. We cannot say only paradigmatic or only symptomatic. Rethink our axial vision and try to be transnocular. So look from the x-axis, also look from the y-axis, and also look tangentially from its center itself. Because they are complementary to each other functionally for acts of movement. So in order to avoid the risk of running away from the reality, because if you don't know the reality, you will run away from the reality. You will afraid, you will feel it is dead. ये कहा गया है कई पोएट्री में, मैंने ये पढ़ा है कि if the mind is dislocated from its center, even the ray of hope or a ray of light, if the character looks at, operates and runs away or closes the eyes, हिम्मत नहीं है सच को देखने की. So if we do not want to run away from taking the responsibility and meet the future challenges, okay, and awakening the masses and empowering them, what is needed is triangular vision, comprehensive, holistic, that has been underlined in NEP 2020. We should thank that vision, and it is the responsibility of the linguists and the language teachers in our country to understand this framework. With these words, I stop here. Thank you very much.
In days to come, not days, decades, if all the works are displaced, replaced by codes. As of now, we use Western SMS language. Row for brother, 6 for sister, husband for husband, like that. What is the fate of the languages which are linked to a culture and the fate of the humans? This is what it is. What we can envisage the coming 44 years, and any linguist, a language lover, what should he do to protect the language? Thank you.
The principle is of evolution. And things are held together functionally. Action, interaction, exchange, when takes place. Things are on move, change, but at the same time, sustain its essence. So change and continuity go together. Sir, this law of nature will follow. Change will be there, but continuity will also be there. And people are after aesthetic taste. Okay, what they think is noble, what they think is ideal, what they think is ennobling or empowering, they will incline towards. So change will continue. And that is why, this is triangular people. They complement with each other. So complementarity is inherent, and the center is function. This function is determined by individual choices. Thank you.
Now let's play. After let's play, after gather. Let's go. Okay. Next department of to 15 as gather.
నా బ్యాంక్ లో ఇది లాక్ చేసి
నెక్స్ట్ ఇక్కడ ఇంకొకటి ఉన్నాయి ఆ వంటలోనే పెడతాం.
అది అట్లనే ఉండండి.
అందరూ నా ఒకదానికి అన్నా అంటే పెట్టుకోవాలి ఊరికే ఇదే పెట్టుకోవాలి.
వస్తున్నా మీరు తింటున్నాను వస్తున్నా. చేస్తున్నాను.
పెట్టుకోవాలి నాకు కావాలి.
ఓకే
అందరూ తీసుకొచ్చిస్తారు లేదా? ఇవి కావాలి కదా మీకు? డ్రై పెన్ డ్రైవ్ ఒకరు ఇస్తారు మనకి. పెన్ డ్రైవ్ ఇస్తారు, ల్యాప్టాప్ వద్దా? ల్యాప్టాప్ కన్నదేనా? అది ఎవరు మీ ల్యాప్టాప్? నేను చేసింది కావచ్చు. పట్టుకొని రా డైరెక్ట్. వేరే నాకు అదేమో మన మౌస్ ఉంటుంది మేడం రాదు. ఇదిగో
వాళ్ళే అభివృద్ధి మేడం ఏమన్నారన్నా వాళ్ళకి ఏదో
एक्चुअली इधर नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस चल रहा है। नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस चल रहा है। इसमें एक्चुअली लिंग्विस्टिक डिपार्टमेंट उधर है ना, उधर जाओ, एक्चुअली खाना चल रहा है। नहीं नहीं नहीं, सर लोग है। हाँ ऐसा ऐसा समझ गए तो लिटरेट रहेगा उधर, स्टेज जाके उधर
సెషన్ స్టార్ట్ అయినప్పుడు అన్మ్యూట్ చేసుకో.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you have had a good lunch. Next, our keynote speaker is Dr. Subramanian Sharma. I would like to call sir on the Naresh. Naresh. Next keynote speaker for the program is Dr. Naresh Anand, sir. I would like to call sir on the dais. Before sir delivers his talk, I would like to make a brief introduction of this. Okay. I would like to call all the presenters next. Firstly, I would like to call Subramanian Sharma, sir. Then Mr. Shiv, sir. Thanks, Mr. Shiv, sir. CS Swati, madam. Dr. Bharatiya, sir. So, next up, we have a talk delivered by Dr. Naresh Anand, sir. So, before him delivering the talk, I would like to talk about him. Dr. Naresh Anand, sir, is an academic and a clinician and a translator. Currently, he is associate professor at the Center for Applied Linguistics and Translation Studies, University of Hyderabad, and also serves as deputy dean, students welfare. Prior to he worked at assistant professor at Department of English, University of Agricultural Sciences, GKGV Bangalore, from the university. He did MA English from Osmania University and MPhil and PhD from the University of Hyderabad. He has published and presented research papers and translations on national and international platforms. Dr. Anim sir has translated Petri Gotla Subramania short stories, and we are very happy to have sir with us. And I would like sir to deliver this. Afternoon, and thank you very much for the opportunity. Yeah, I know we have this paucity of time. These slides are prepared for keeping 30 minutes in mind. I have prepared around 25 slides, but we were instructed to finish in 7 minutes. So I'll try to finish in 7 minutes. 7 to 10. Okay, 3 more minutes added. So we're happy for that. Okay, the title talk is Indian languages in dialogue, promoting unity through translation. So let's start with a question. How many of you are translators? 1, 2. Okay. So I don't ask what did you translate? Okay. Because in a multilingual, multicultural society like India, all of us are translators. So when I ask a question, how many of you are translators? So my expectation was all of you raise your hands, because in our day-to-day life we always, right, so we encounter, and that is the process, the ideation process is one level of translation, and when you go out of this room, so your thoughts will be in some kind of expressions, and there you may use different languages. For example, in our university we always use Hindi, English, Telugu. Here also when you go out, you are supposed to speak, or you are expected to speak different languages. So unknowingly, we are all translators. But when it comes to the formal translation and how these translation activity, how translation becomes a tool of unity, right? So that's the entire crux of my talk. So without much delay, and when we say India, it is multilingual and multicultural, which accommodates a lot of religions, races, regions, languages, etc. And
everyone, every language, every literature, every culture is distinct. And at the same time, we say that we are Telugus and we are from Telangana and then Kannada, Tamil and all that. That is there. That is our distinct identity. But yet we are connected with the idea of oneness, that is India, Bharat, right? So somewhere we have that common root. So that's what this entire multilingual context talks about. The next thing is anyhow, let's yes. So what happens is when we speak that Telugu is spoken as a particular state, or if it is official language of a particular state, we don't confine to that language because we have people who live, people with different languages live in this state, and when we say that Telugu is the official language of this state, same time, so we also have the coexistence with other languages. So actually, the languages go beyond the borders, so there is no confinement. So that's why GN Devi talks about it as India as a land of translating consciousness. Because just before 2 minutes ago, I was talking about that, where in our day-to-day conversation, we engage ourselves in translation activity. Again, whether it is consciously, subconsciously, whether it is deliberately or not, intentionally, unintentionally, sometimes explicitly, sometimes implicitly also. But back of our, talks, all our discussions, translation activity goes on. So that's your idea. So he calls it as the translation, translating consciousness by G.N. Devi. Then, of course, now when we see that, what is the role of translation? Because we have read Mahabharata in Telugu, right? Who has translated Mahabharata into Telugu? None. So do you really think Nanaya's Mahabharata as translation for Telugu or is it original for Telugu? That's the question. Though he translated it from Sanskrit based thing, but for this language, because at that time Telugu literature was very young. So then when we say that the roots of Telugu literature, so we start with Nanaya's age or Nanaya's Mahabharata. So for that language, even in polysystem theory, translation studies talks about that, where when there is a vacuum of literature, when the literature is very young, the translated literature takes the primary position. So it happens with Nanaya's Mahabharata. So ultimately what happens is every language is important. There is no superiority of any language. So now that we always, when people talk about three language formula, so people think that there is a domination of one language and other languages are subjugated. It's actually not like that. So what happens is every language is distinct, every culture is distinct, and every literature is distinct. And when we have our literature, and the best example we can take is Indian literature. If I ask you a question, what is Indian literature? What will be your answer? Indian, of course, Indian literature. Is it Indian literature written in English? Or Indian literature written in Telugu? Or Telugu literature, is it treated as Indian literature? Yes or no? Yes. So the literatures written in Indian languages are also Indian literature. And when we say Indian literature, it's an umbrella term, which takes whether it is Kannada literature, Telugu literature, Malayali literature, Hindi literature, all these literatures are part of Indian literature, and that itself is the indication of the unity, right? That itself is the indication. And when we think of Indian literatures in translation, what is happening in translation? Because we need, I think we might have read Maxim Gorky's Amma, right? Everyone knows about that. Or Taslima Nasrin's Laja. All these are actually not written in Indian languages, but still they are available in Indian languages. And if you look at the literature that is written in one Indian language, is always translated into other Indian languages. So through translation, you are trying to create a kind of interconnectedness. So that's what is the main goal of translation. So when we talk about Indian literature, also there is unknown commonness. So unknown common. Why are we using it that unknown commonness? Because we all have enjoyed Kantara movie, right? But do you know about Panjabi concept before watching Kantara movie? No. But nowadays, today everyone knows about Panjabi. Panjabi is not of Telugu land. It is not in Andhra, not in Telangana. It's somewhere in the southern part of the Karnataka. But still, it is just because that is made available through either subtitling or through dubbing. So that means a kind of indirect translation is happening in the movies also. I'll just quickly run through these things so that you will understand this concept better. And of course, when it comes to Indian literature, Sarojini Naidu talks about that. So there are two common things in any Indian literature. We all know about Rama
Krishna. North also it is there, south also we have. Right? Do we have or not? Low. The ancient traditions are also common. So that's why this is another level of understanding of the literature, where in literature is written, you have a kind of commonality among the literatures. So then, and what happened after that? People have written that. Then you have a concept of Anuvad, Bhashantar, Rupantar. So this is the Indian style or Indian way of talking about translation. Because for a Western person, they are very much obsessed with equivalence. But when you look at the Indian theories of translation, whether it is Anuvad, Bhashantar or Rupantar, we don't bother about the equivalence. Because our level of understanding is, it's not about word level. Maybe Sanskrit scholars, they may know, because our problem doesn't lie in finding the equivalence. Indian theories talk about rasa, riti, alankara, dwani. So these things become very important when you translate. But for a best because of that comparison. But in our case, Nanaya's Mahabharata cannot be treated as an exact translation because it is a kind of Bhashantar. He himself called it as Anushrujana, that is transcreation. When it is transcreation, he has used his creativity. So there, what happened is it is not exact true translation or word for word translation. So in that case, what is happening is Indian literature itself is bringing us that unity and commonness, and that too, where translation becomes a tool. So, and Anuvad, Bhashantar, and Rupantar. So again, our literatures, our cultures, and our languages are again connected. Yeah, we know about ancient times. Ancient times, mostly it was one-way traffic. Most of the works were in Sanskrit and then two Indian languages. But in modern age, what happened is we have translations are happening between among Indian languages. And I think there are some government initiatives which I will show you. Yeah, I was talking about Nanaya, and we also have one example from Odia, that is Jagannath Dasa's Bhagavad Purana. And of course, we all know about how translation happens. We all know about Malla Ramayana, right? Ramayana was already written by Valmiki, and we have in Telugu, Malla Ramayana is also very famous. It is a kind of a condensed version of Ramayana, which has 870 verses. Though she is treated to be an illiterate, but she has written a very classical, Telugu thing. So now, don't Ramayana in Telugu, so she has used the local ethos. And you also have Kamban's Ramayana, right, in Tamil. So likewise, there are certain varieties of these things. And they're all showing, like, when we say Ramayana, we don't bother whether it is Malla Ramayana or Valmiki Ramayana. And there are more than 300 versions of Ramayana in series. Because I don't call them as translations, because I look at them as retellings. Translation is also a retelling. You may use the word translation, transcreation, imitation, adaptation, and you can also use the word transcreation, and you can also have that Rupantar or Anuvad, whatever it is. Sometimes what happens, you are using your own local flavor into that. So that's another important thing. Yeah, I think what happens is, as there is no boundary for that. So because when the translation is there, Rama, Krishna are, whether you as devotees we can pray them, but we also have inspired by Rama and other. So you can also see that when you look at the ancient literatures, Kalidasa is known, of course, I don't know why he is called as Indian Shakespeare. That's a wrong comparison actually, because their ages are different. But he was very much